Chapter 220. Genius 1. Second, remember love divided by little? Say net, providing you with wonderful novels to read. Louis High was drunk. After a while, he fell down on the ground, seemingly falling asleep. Love go, little, say, W. Churin Xiling touched his forehead, frowning. You have a high fever. I'm afraid you've been in the rain all night. Little girl, where's the hospital in your village? Louis Ian hurriedly answered, There's no hospital, but a small clinic. Anything will do. Ren Xiling hurriedly arranged. Boy, you and ye wait here. I'll pick you up after sending him to the clinic. Luocho said, No need, let's walk back. It's not too far. Ren Xiling didn't say much, just nodded. Okay, I'll call you later. Luocho watched the car leave. There was no one on Hear the Sea cliff at this moment. It was early in the morning. Without the incident just now, it could make people feel relaxed and happy. Luocho's fingers moved slightly. Those scattered beer cans and garbage nearby flew up in an orderly manner, flying into the trash bin next to a pavilion for tourists to rest. Luocho walked to the stone tablet that recorded the history of Hear the Sea cliff, carefully reading the record on it, saying, Was it really struck by lightning? Ye looked at the environment on the cliff top, then flicked her hair that was blown by the wind, saying indifferently, I'm afraid it's because the environment here is in the position of the wind. The sea is very humid. The rocks on the cliff have been loosened after years of wind and rain. Miss Maid pointed to the edge of the cliff and said, Usually thunder is accompanied by a storm. I think the thunder happened when the rock was about to loosen. Luocho nodded. He also had the same idea. He walked to the edge of the railing and poked his head out to look down. Below the vertical cliff, there were raging waves and uneven reefs. If a person fell from here, it would be more or less the same, right? No wonder Louis looked so frightened. Did he just say that his mother was thrown down from here? Luocho frowned. Yi nodded and said, Yes, he did say something like that, and it seems like it wasn't just some drunken nonsense. As for that kind of anger, he must have experienced something personally. Luocho suddenly said, I want to take a look at the village over there. The small clinic in the village was opened more than 20 years ago by a young man who had returned from studying medicine in the city. The medical equipment was naturally old, and some had even been phased out, but it was obviously well maintained. It could be seen that the doctors here cherished these things very much. From a young man to a white-haired man, the doctor was no longer young, but he gave people a reassuring feeling. He looked at Louis Yun with a smile. It's nothing serious. He'll be fine after a few days of infusion and taking some medicine after the fever subsides. Your father's body is good. He'll get better soon. But don't drink too much. You take care of him here. I'll go out. Thank you, doctor. Louis Yun said gratefully. Seeing that Louis Hai was fine, Ren Xiling and Lizzie also felt reassured. At this time, looking at the little girl's better face, Sub-Editor Ren's professional, gossiping spirit came up again. She looked at the little girl, squinting her eyes and asking, By the way, your father said he threw someone down. What's that about? Louis Ian gave a start. She shook her head. I don't know. I thought it was my father's drunken nonsense. Ren Xiling turned her eyes, suddenly saying, Your father said, Mom, that's your grandma, right? By the way, I haven't seen your grandma. Louis Ian said, Neither have I. I heard from my father that my grandma passed away when he was very young. I've asked about it several times, but my father didn't mention it. Grandpa didn't mention it either, but my mom did. She looked at the door of the ward quietly, as if she was afraid that someone was hiding there. She said cautiously, she said she was killed by the people in the village. The little girl plucked up her courage, gritting her teeth. Sister Rin, in fact, I've always wanted to know what happened to my grandma, but I couldn't find it. I asked some classmates, they also asked about it at home, but their families didn't tell me. I want to know. Ren Xiling said, You want me to help you investigate? The little girl nodded seriously. Yes. Sister Rin, you're a reporter. You must have better methods than me. I've always saved some pocket money. Some more than 1,000. No need. Rin Xiling shook her head. The little girl said disappointedly, "It's still too little." Rin Xiling laughed, touching the little girl's head. "I may not be able to find anything. After all, you haven't found anything for so many years. But if you really find something, you can treat me to a seafood feast when we get back." "Ah, really?" The little girl was overjoyed. Rin Xiling nodded. "I'll take a stroll outside. I'll come back to see if your father has woken up. If not, I'll drive you back." "Okay." Rather than calling it a village, it would be better to say that it was gradually developing into a township. Basically, there were 2- or 3-story self-built buildings. What used to be a small fishing village had now become a street full of small seafood restaurants. Naturally, there were many small hotels. Luocho saw a place that looked like a bar, but it wasn't open yet. This place was different from Louis Hai's lonely resort. They could meet some tourists on the way. Maybe it was because the summer vacation had just arrived. Some young people had already met each other and planned to enjoy the summer from here. Boss Luo strolled around the small stalls on the street. "Young man, do you want to stay in the hotel? We're very safe here. We only have one road service. You know." The middle-aged businessman with a mouth full of yellow teeth called out with a smile at this moment. Luocho glanced at the back of this guy. It was a medium-sized, reconstructed hotel. "Let me tell you, our service is very good. Just now a young man came. He was very happy." Luocho smiled. "Really? How happy?" The businessman walked over and whispered in Luocho's ear, "Bro, I'm telling you." "Don't tell me I'm the one who said it to you." "Ha ha." That young man just now found himself an old woman who had lost her teeth. Now he's having fun. The club boss, who had seen a lot of things, gave a start, thinking that people's desires were really varied, and so on. He shook his head. His interest ended here. "Sorry, I'm just strolling around," Luocho said. Seeing this young man was about to leave, the boss became anxious, hurriedly holding his hand. "Hey, young man! Don't get me wrong, it's not like this. It's just a special request from that customer. I just want to tell you that I can find her here, no matter what you want." "What's the matter?" Seeing that her master was being pulled by someone, the servant girl, who was looking at the local trinkets at a small stall, walked over. The boss couldn't move his eyes away, thinking, where did this woman come from? She's so beautiful in the entire Louis village. "Nothing, let's go." Luocho shook his head. Yu Yi nodded, walking to Luocho's side. The boss was speechless, wasn't he? If there was such a woman beside him, he wouldn't be interested in other women. Fine, a business deal is gone just like that. At this moment, a gorgeously dressed woman came out of the inn. She grabbed the innkeeper's ear and shouted, "You little bastard, are you here to make fun of me? What kind of customer did you invite? You're trying to act all mysterious and frighten me." He ran away. "What, concubine?" He ran away. The boss gave a start. The woman pulled the boss's ear hard, saying, "Isn't it? I fell asleep in an instant. I don't know what that guy did to me. He asked me a lot of questions, but I didn't know what I said in a daze. Tell me, did you meet a liar?" The boss said no. "They've already paid for it." Saying this, the boss opened his pocket, taking out money while saying, "Look, this huge stack of real Grandpa Mao's. Oh my God, damn it. I'm sure I saw. How was it red money? It was just a bunch of leaves." The woman said with a sharp voice. I said, "That guy must be pretending to be a ghost. I don't know if he used some kind of bewitching potion or something. I'm still in a daze, and my mind is still very uncomfortable. You little bastard, you must have been tricked." "No way." The boss quickly said, "Concubine, did he do anything to you?" "What did he ask?" "I forgot. I seem to have said something about the old immortal Huang in the village." The woman pinched her forehead. "What? You said that—" The middle-aged boss suddenly stopped talking. He saw that the young man and his female companion hadn't left yet. They were watching the two of them chatting. He immediately lowered his head and pushed the auntie into the hotel, closing the door behind them. Luaccio took a step back and looked at the hotel again. Then he turned around and looked at the hawkers on the long street thoughtfully. He suddenly walked in front of a small stall and looked at it curiously. "Young man, do you want to buy an embroidered ball? Buy an embroidered ball and give it to a girl you like. You will get a happy marriage." An old woman was sitting in the stall, weaving new embroidered balls. Luaccio squatted down and curiously picked one up. He asked, "Auntie, how much is the embroidered ball?" "The small one is 5 yuan and the big one is 12 yuan. It's very cheap. I want a small one." Luaccio smiled and said, "By the way, old lady, I want to ask you something." "Here." "Oh, okay, go ahead." Seeing that the deal was done, the old woman agreed with a smile. Luaccio said, "Do you know the old immortal Huang?" Unexpectedly, the old woman's face changed as soon as she heard the name. She didn't say anything. Instead, she grabbed the embroidered ball from Luaccio's hand and said, "I don't want to do business with you. You go, you go, old lady." However, the old woman quickly tidied up the stall and walked into the alley with her head lowered. Before she left, she looked back and nervously glanced at the alley. "Master," Luaccio muttered, "go and inquire about the old immortal Huang." Chapter 221. Genius remembers love in 1 second. /small. This is a wonderful novel for you to read. Ren Xiling and Lizzie said that they were going out for a walk, but they didn't leave the clinic directly. Instead, they quietly came to the doctor's room. Sub-editor Rin had a very sensitive professional sense. From Louis Yun's words, she felt that the people of Louis Village seemed to avoid the death of her grandma very much. Even a child born and raised here for 17 or 18 years couldn't find out about this, so it was naturally difficult for her to find out about it in a short period of time. Moreover, a closed village like this that had just been developed not long ago probably still had a lot of customs. If the people of Louis Village were afraid of this matter, then she should ask an open-minded person who was easy to get in touch with. The doctor of the clinic studied Western medicine when he was young. Then Ren Xiling had reason to believe that the doctor of the clinic was open-minded and believed in science. So there shouldn't be any taboo matter. How did Louis Hai's mother die? The doctor of the clinic. Louis Chaosheng was very surprised by the woman who called herself a reporter. Louis Chaosheng frowned. "Miss, why do you ask this? She's dead. You don't need to do that if you want to get something from her. Aren't you afraid of losing your virtue by disrespecting the dead?" Ren Xiling said indifferently, "Dr. Louis, you study Western medicine. Do you believe in this kind of nonsense?" Louis Chaosheng shook his head. "Virtue is just an excuse. I mean, it's a matter of morality." However, Ren Xiling said, "Then is it moral for you to hide the truth from a little girl and not let her know about the death of her loved ones?" Louis Chaosheng said thoughtfully, "It's the girl Yun who asked you to ask, right?" Ren Xiling nodded. "Dr. Louis seems to be a sensible person." Louis Chaosheng sighed. "Actually, you're not the first one who asked me for help. There were a few times when that girl secretly asked me about it." He shook his head. "That kid has just finished the college entrance examination. Well, she's grown up now. Indeed, she has the right to know what happened that year." Louis Chaosheng took a deep breath. "All right, I'll tell you. But please calm down and look at this matter. After all, it's something from the past." Louis Chaosheng walked to the cabinet at the side, squatting down to open the bottom drawer. He seemed to take out something wrapped in newspaper. He slowly opened the box in front of Ren Xiling and sighed. "Speaking of which, it was 45 years ago." Ren Xiling's eyes lit up. She knew that her attack had hit the mark. This was the remains of a burned building. The charred wood had decayed and become nutrients for the growth of plants. The collapsed mud bricks were scattered all over the place, making the place unrecognizable. However, judging from the traces of their frames, this building was probably considered luxurious a few decades ago. Luaccio picked up a mud brick covered with moss from the ground. Yu Yi said softly to her master, I heard that after the old immortal Huang was taken away by the guards, this place was burned down by the guards. Well, Luochio threw the mud brick away, patting the mud dust on his hands. He walked into the burned site, saying, the woman who was sacrificed should be Louis Hai's father's wife. Yu Yi nodded. I heard that she was a woman of unknown origin. Louis village doesn't allow outsiders to marry. I think that old immortal probably saw this point, so she used this kind of method that was almost the same. Luochio paused, asking curiously, since Louis village doesn't welcome outsiders, why did the old immortal Huang? Yu Yi seemed to have expected her master to ask such a question. She replied softly, it's like this. The old immortal Huang came from Louis village. Her surname was Louis. Then one day, she changed her surname to Huang. It was said that an immortal told her in a dream that she was actually an immortal's child in her previous life. Because she violated the heavenly law, she was brought down to the mortal world. She could only go back to heaven after passing the tribulation. Later on, there were some little tricks and such. Luochio nodded. At this moment, his eyes suddenly turned to a position. That was a wall that hadn't completely fallen down. Yu Yi looked at the wall, asking in a low voice, who's hiding there? A small cluster of black flame quietly emerged from Mississippi Maid's fingertip. However, at this moment, a voice came from behind the wall. Senior, don't panic, it's me. A face popped out from behind the wall. It was Momo, the current successor of Celestial Master Taoist of Longhu Mountain. Luochio gave a start. He said subconsciously, oh, in that hotel, the one who looked for, well, it's you. Momo was going to jump out, but his face fell when he heard that. He hurriedly waved his hands and said, Senior, listen to my explanation. It's not what you think. Momo was extremely distressed. If this matter were to spread to the world of cultivators in the divine land and to his master, who was still cultivating in seclusion on the mountain, his reputation as the successor of the celestial master of Longhu Mountain would be ruined. Seeing that Luochio didn't have much reaction, Momo shrugged his head, almost howling. It's not what you think. Is this family a clown? Boss, Luo thought. He shook his head and said, it's okay. Even if you have a special hobby, I'm not interested to know. And I'm not interested in telling anyone. It's not what you think, Senior. If Momo was in awe of this senior who he couldn't see through, then he felt like his Tao heart would shatter at any moment for this woman he met for the first time. But this woman seemed to follow this senior's orders. Like a servant, Momo couldn't figure out this senior's background. Perhaps he was an old guy who could retain his youthful look? Although he had heard from his master that this was not as good as the ancient times, and many sects had been annihilated in the long river of history, and many strange skills had been lost. However, the divine land was vast and rich in resources. It was not impossible that there were cultivators with good inheritances, MOMO, who still wanted to have a good competition with this senior to prove her ability, temporarily suppressed the thought in her heart. Senior, you're also here to investigate this old witch, right? Since I can't explain, then I'll change the topic, okay? I'm curious. Luochio nodded. Momo revealed a smile before jumping out of the wall. I think so too. To tell you the truth, I was just thinking that if it were you, Senior, you would probably find this place very quickly as well. Looking at Momo, who arrived earlier than him, Luochio asked, Did you find something? Momo chuckled and said, Yes, I came early, but I did find some things. Senior, please follow me. Momo led the two to the wall that hadn't completely collapsed, looking at an empty space that should have been cleaned by Momo not long ago. Momo chuckled. I heard that this place was smashed by the guards and everything was taken away, but there seems to be something buried underground that hasn't been discovered yet. Luochio didn't ask how Momo found that, but just watched Momo's next move quietly. Momo grabbed his right wrist with his left hand, forming a sword with his right forefinger and middle finger, and then pointed between his eyebrows. A golden light flashed on his fingertip. Then Momo pointed at the empty space in front of him. 5 ghosts transport. Dragon Tiger Mountain seemed to have a way to raise ghost servants to catch ghosts and subdue monsters. The so-called 5 ghosts. Luaccio didn't see 5 ghosts, but a cloud of black fog came out from a cloth bag on Momo's waist, and then disappeared into the mud. Not long after, something slowly swelled up from the mud and drilled out. It was a box. Momo waved his finger again, and the lock of the box popped open automatically. After the black fog coiled around the chest, it opened the chest. Although it couldn't be compared with Luaccio's ability, it was quite convenient. That cloud of black fog circled in the air, and then went into the cloth bag on Momo's waist. Momo raised his eyebrows in front of Luaccio with a complacent look, like a kid showing off. Luaccio didn't care about Momo's complacency, but just frowned. He saw a piece of cloth after the box was opened, and the pattern on the cloth was a red circle on a white background. This might be the most common flag of an island country. Momo also noticed this cloth, frowning. What's wrong with this old witch? Why is there such a thing in the box? There's something under it. Luaccio said, let's see what it is. Miss. Maid understood, walking to the front of the box and lifted the cloth. There were dozens of crisscrossing grids in the box. Among these grids, only one of the grids on the top row was empty. In the rest of the grids, there were test tubes placed one after another. Yu took out one of the test tubes with interest and put it under the sun to examine it. Chapter 222. Genius remembers love in 1 second / little. This is a wonderful novel for you to read. Ah. Lizzie let out a low cry of horror and immediately covered her mouth with her hand. But Ran Xiling didn't blame her, because after hearing Louis Chaoxing's narration of what happened that year, she couldn't hold back the horror in her heart, even feeling a chill on her back. A village of people ganged up and brought an innocent woman to the cliff. Ignoring the woman's painful pleas, they threw her down the cliff. Not only was this cruel, but there was also a kind of human heart that made people feel more and more terrified the more they thought about it. Ran Xiling sighed and said, ignorance has always been a terrible thing. She even smiled bitterly. I understand why Dr. Louis didn't want to tell Yun. This kind of thing, if a little girl knows it, it's indeed. Louis Chaoxing also sighed. This thing has always been a taboo in this village. Then, after more than 10 years, the flames of the Four Olds movement from the outside burned here. However, no one mentioned that thing. Everyone followed the rules and pretended that it didn't happen. Who is willing to think about that kind of thing? Who is willing to be responsible for that thing? The culprit who instigated the crowd had been arrested, and her house had been burned to the ground. They thought that their evil had been burned away along with the fire. Ran Xiling heaved a sigh. No wonder Louis Hai moved his house to such a remote place. I'm afraid that everyone in the village is his enemy. Thinking of Louis Hai's agitated expression on the Hear the Sea cliff, Ran Xiling began to imagine what terrible things Louis Hai had experienced 45 years ago when he was still a little kid. Louis Chaoxing's consulting room became silent at once. Lizzie picked up the things that Louis Chaoxing showed them. These were the appearances of the villagers after they were infected with the strange disease. It was not a photo, but something that Louis Chaoxing drew from his memory. Lizzie looked at the densely grown things on the patient's hands and feet. She couldn't help but feel creeped out. Is this really the devil's curse? Louis Chaoxing shook his head. Part of the reason why I decided to study medicine was to find out what this disease is, because I don't believe in curses. Have you found the reason? Ran Xiling asked curiously. Louis Chaoxing looked uncertain. For so many years, I've never encountered such an illness. However, in recent years, the internet has developed. A lot of information can be transmitted in time. I have seen some reports about this case on the internet. Louis Chaoxing turned the old computer screen on his desk around. After it disappeared, he found the web page and opened it, saying slowly, There are not many cases of this disease in the world. There are only about 10 or 20 cases in total. There was no clear definition in the medical field. Currently, it was temporarily called mop hand. It meant that after the patient's hands and feet mutated, a large number of keratinocytes grew out and became like a mop that mopped the floor. It should be a disease caused by cell mutation. Well, I've seen the report about this before. Rin Xiling nodded. She looked at the patient's photo on the web page and compared it with the portrait that Louis Chaosheng drew from his memory. It was indeed very similar. This disease caused the patient's hands and feet to mutate, looking like a mop or a coral stone at the bottom of the sea. No one knew whether it would eventually grow out of the whole body. But it was really too scary for the people at that time. The old immortal Huang in the village misled the people with her lies, and the villagers believed it. Louis Chaosheng shook his head. I've hidden this matter for many years. I was going to tell Evian when she asked me again. Rin Xiling kept silent for a while. Doctor, can I accept these pictures? Louis Chaosheng thought for a while. Take it if you want. Anyway, it's useless now. Rin Xiling said while packing up. Thank you, doctor. Then, we won't disturb your work. Lizzie, let's go. Watching them leave, Louis Chaosheng heaved a long sigh of relief. He leaned against the chair and lit a cigarette silently. Then he closed his eyes and thought about something. Perhaps it was something that happened a long time ago. It's like some chemicals. Yi shook the test tube in her hand, looking at Luo Qiu. As for what ingredients are in it and what effect it will bring, we can only know after testing it. Momo frowned. Senior, have you heard about the evil things that those Japanese did before the war? Luoqiu glanced at Momo. You're thinking that the strange disease that happened in Louis Village was caused by the things in this box? Momo nodded. Isn't there an empty space here? And it's buried so deep in the ground. If I didn't know the 5 ghosts transfer skill, I'm afraid I couldn't find it. That old witch was so anxious to throw the sick people into the sea because she was afraid that this thing would be contagious. But it's hard for her to explain. Momo frowned. Think about it. If that old witch really used the stuff inside to make people sick, she would be the one who made them sick. As long as she didn't continue to use it, all the patients would die. Then Louis Village would return to its original state, wouldn't it? In this way, the matter of sacrificing people and the fact that no one in the village would be infected could be linked together to show the magic of the old witch. Wouldn't it be convincing? Luoqiu suddenly asked, if it's really like what you said, what are you going to do? Momo said as a matter of course, I'll make it public. That old witch was taken away by the guards. Of course, she didn't have a good ending. However, there were people in the village who participated in the murder, and every one of them was equivalent to an accomplice. This kind of disregard for human life. How could he just say that he was instigated? Then we'll act as if nothing had happened? That's ridiculous. Feeling the strong sense of justice in Momo's heart, Luoqiu appreciated it. Since you want to make it public, how do you want to do it? Well, Momo gave a start. He hadn't considered this aspect. Luoqiu said indifferently, You found this thing. Just take me as your witness. But I'm just an outsider to Louis Village. You just found this box and made a conjecture. How many people do you think will believe that this is the cause of that incident? Momo's face turned gloomy at once. Luoqiu sighed. When the woman surnamed Huang was taken away, her trick might have been exposed. After so many years, how could no one in the village not think about that? But they didn't want to talk about it, didn't they? Momo looked at the box in silence, feeling extremely embarrassed. Luoqiu said lightly, It's not that they don't know, they just don't want to admit it. Momo said angrily, This guy, how could he do that? Luoqiu turned around. The burnt house was on a higher ground. He could see more than half of Louis Village if he looked around. He said slowly, Maybe it's because it's not just one person. Chapter 223. Genius 1. Second, remember, love divided by little? I'll provide you with wonderful novels to read. Momo didn't know what he should do. Love, go, little, say, W. Chew these things had already surpassed all the things he had dealt with and all the things he had dealt with. He was the successor of the Taoism of Dragon Tiger Mountain. He learned a lot of skills at a young age. He exorcised ghosts, killed demons, and beheaded devils, but he had never corrected people's hearts. Luocio's words were too heavy for him. Momo, who had the dream of Jianghu, found that he was too young when he wanted to do something. But he was still the successor of the Taoism of Dragon Tiger Mountain. He still remembered that his duty was to exorcise demons and beasts. But he carefully hid the things that happened 45 years ago in his heart. Because he knew that one day when he was more mature, he would have the ability to deal with such things. This history was too dirty. Momo even felt that it was dirtier than the demons and ghosts he had exorcised. Momo looked at Luocio, overlooking most of Louis Village with him. He dyed his hair blonde and had a Kylan tattoo on his arm. He didn't look like a gangster, but a scholar. Slowly, he said, "My master once told me this. He said, the coldest thing is the human heart." At this moment, Luocio didn't say anything. He just stood there and imagined the old celestial master on Mount Longhu saying such words. Would his heart turn cold? Momo chose to leave. He came for the legend of the sea demon. Since the legend was made up by an old which back then his only goal was now. That was the strange song that could make people forget and lose their souls. Because it was true. After leaving, Momo started to think of one thing. He forgot to take away or destroy the box that was dug out from the ground. He didn't even know if the senior was a good person or a bad person. He went back to the original place, but the person was gone, so was the box. Momo looked at the burnt ruins with a distressed expression. Suddenly, he had a feeling of being at a loss. He still didn't know who the senior was, and he didn't even know his name. The successor of the Celestial Master sect of Mount Longhu muttered to himself. Could it be a gossipy person? It's better if you don't go around spouting nonsense. That was what happened in the hotel. That was the dark history of this young Celestial Master. Luocio met Ran Xiling and Lizzie in the village. She listened to them talk about what happened later and what they heard from Louis Chaosheng. Looking at Louis Chaosheng's drawing in Lizzie's hand, Luocio, who was particularly interested in strange things, said subconsciously, "It looks like mop-cloth hand." Lizzie hadn't said anything yet, but the other party had already said it out loud. She felt that Sister Ren's son was not simple at all. Of course, Yi, who was his girlfriend, wasn't that simple. It was just that she, who had always been optimistic, didn't think too much about it. Looking at Luocio's behavior along the way, she knew that this person was almost spoiling Sister Rin to the extent of. In fact, it should be reversed. The son should be the mother, right? Ren Xiling nodded. I've finished what the little girl asked me to do, but I don't know what to say now. Luocio suddenly asked, Where are you going? Ren Xiling said casually, I don't want to go anywhere. I just want to walk around and relax. I want to see if there is anything special. Hey, Lizzie, don't you notice that there is a string of shell wind chimes under the eaves of almost every house here? Lizzie thought, maybe it's the custom here? Aren't there things like 8 trigrams and bronze mirrors hanging in front of many houses? Ren Xiling said, that's for exorcism. But can the wind chimes made of shells exorcise evil spirits? Lizzie shrugged and said, I don't know about that. Do you want to ask someone? Ren Xiling wanted to agree, but someone rushed over. It was Louis Yiyun, who was supposed to take care of Louis Hai in the clinic. The little girl ran a little hurriedly and panted. She had a panicked expression on her face. Big Sister Ren, have you seen my father? Ren Xiling frowned. What happened? The little girl was about to cry. I just walked away, but my father disappeared when I returned to the ward. I asked the doctor, but he said he didn't see him. What should I do? My father is still having a high fever. Lizzie comforted her at once. It's okay, maybe he just woke up and didn't want to stay in the clinic. Maybe he went home. But, Ren Xiling said, how about this? This village is not that big. If you want to find someone, You can find him very quickly if he is not hiding deliberately. Let's look for him separately. Okay. The little girl nodded at once. Luocio said, then let's look for him here. Luocio pointed to a direction. Rin Xiling nodded, then went to another direction with Lizzie and Louis Yun. Seeing that Ran Xiling and the other two had disappeared into the crowd, Luocio didn't look for them in that direction. He looked at the location of the small clinic and walked towards it. Looking for people was not a difficult task for the club's boss. Louis hadn't gone missing. According to the information, he was still in the clinic. In the clinic, Louis Chaosheng was treating the villagers. This clinic was the only place where people could see patients, so it wouldn't be idle all the time. When Luocio and Yu Yi walked past the clinic, Louis Chaosheng was listening to a child with a stethoscope. Louis Chaosheng acted as if he didn't see the two who walked in. Even the child and his parents didn't notice it. Luocio just glanced at them, then walked towards the room inside the clinic. It was Louis Chaosheng's office. The door didn't close but opened slightly. At this moment, no one noticed that the door had slowly opened a little more. The office wasn't big and could be seen at a glance. At this time, Luocio walked to an iron cabinet near the wall. Miss Maid, who was used to following her master's eyes, reached out her hand, pressing on the lock of the iron cabinet. Crack! The door of the iron cabinet opened slowly. All the mezzanine inside the iron cabinet was taken away, becoming a very spacious space. At this moment, Louis Hai was in this cabinet. Louis Hai was still in a coma, but there was an infusion tube on the back of his hand, and an infusion bag was hanging above the cabinet. There weren't enough hospital beds, so they could only bring him here for infusion. Of course, it was impossible. Chapter 224. A genius remembers love in 1 second. /small. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Now that they found Louis Hai, Yi asked directly, Master, do we need to inform Miss Rin? However, Luocio closed the door of the iron cabinet. He said, if Louis Chaosheng intended to do something to Louis Hai, he wouldn't put up an infusion bag and let him continue the infusion. Yi nodded. She also agreed with this statement. Luocio circled around the office, looking at those places that were cleaned up by Louis Chaosheng. Even the old-fashioned computer, although the shell was yellowed, there was not much dust on it. Even the keyboard seemed to have been cleaned regularly. The words on the keys had already become unclear, and some places had even been directly rubbed away. However, it was difficult to see some dust between the cracks of the keyboard. The small keyboard was so were the other things. When he came in, Luocio had a feeling that Louis Chaosheng was at least serious about his work. Luocio walked to Louis Chaosheng's chair and sat down. Leaning against the back, he gazed at the door of the office. He liked it this way, looking at other people's views from other people's perspectives. He looked at Yu Yi and said with a smile, this is a sincere and serious person. As for the purpose of hiding Louis Hai, we might as well observe it. Yu Yi smiled faintly. She only wanted her master to be happy. Miss Maid also walked around the office casually and stopped in front of another iron cabinet. This cabinet should be used by Louis Chaosheng to store documents and cases. Even ordinary people couldn't guard against locks, let alone Miss Maid from the club. Pulling open the locked drawer at the bottom of the cabinet, he saw a stack of documents neatly arranged in a cowhide envelope. Yu Ye's fingers danced across the documents and suddenly stopped. She pulled out one of the documents and opened it. Soon after, a smile appeared on the servant girl's face. She looked at Luocio and said softly, Master, there are some interesting things here. Louis Hai? I didn't see him. Let's go. Another one he didn't see. On the way, Rin Xiling felt that the villagers didn't really like Louis Hai. If she didn't know what happened 45 years ago, Rin Xiling might think that Louis Hai's family had done something terrible. But now, she couldn't help but feel the atmosphere of this village from the bottom of her heart. She shook her head and even sighed, walking to Louis Yun's side. At this moment, the little girl also turned off the phone. She shook her head and said with a disappointed expression, "My mom said that she hasn't seen my dad go back yet." Ren Xiling frowned and said, "We're all from the same village. Your father is so conspicuous, yet no one noticed him. Maybe he didn't walk this way. Love, go, little, say, let's wait and see if Luocho has found anything. Don't worry, your father is an adult. He won't do anything stupid." The little girl could only nod. She looked so weak that it made people's heart ache. Ren Xiling thought of Louis Yun's request. She hesitated for a while and decided to wait until they found Louis Hai. Louis Yun took a deep breath. "Sister Rin, let's go there. We didn't find him just now." "Okay." Ren Xiling nodded. Lizzie suddenly asked, "What happened in front? Why are people running in that direction all of a sudden?" This was not the main street of the village, but the back of the street where people lived. "Is it Dad?" Louis Yun looked anxious, walking over quickly. Ren Xiling and Lizzie followed her. They soon squeezed into the crowd. It was the entrance of a house. When they saw the scene in front of them, they understood why there were so many people gathered here. Ah! The little girl, Louis Yun, even let out a scream directly. Even though sub-editor Rin had seen a lot of things, she still had a creepy feeling it was a man in his 50s or 60s who should be a member of this family. He just fell down in front of the door at this time. The door of this house was open, and the man was lying on the threshold. He seemed to be crawling out of the house. Both of his hands and feet were covered with dense, gray branches, like the roots of an old tree, like the corals at the bottom of the sea, like the symptoms of the patients in the portraits that Louis Chaoxing gave them. The man was foaming at the mouth, his face was gray, and his eyes were closed. His appearance was so horrible that no one dared to check whether he was breathing or not. A child squeezed into the crowd at this moment. After taking a look, he was so scared that his face turned green. In an instant, he was so scared that he started crying. The child's mother hurriedly covered his eyes, turning him around. She said in panic, "Don't look, don't look." This is. I remember. An old woman screamed at this moment. Her legs went soft and her whole body collapsed to the ground. However, the old woman's feet were still kicking on the ground, constantly moving her body backwards. The old woman extended a trembling finger. Her voice trembled as she said, "Curse! Curse! It's a curse! That curse is back! It's back!" Some of the young people who lived nearby were very young. At this moment, they were frightened to the point of panic. They swallowed their saliva and asked, "Granny Goeyu, what curse?" The old woman trembled. I don't know anything. It's none of my business, none of my business. So many people died, so many people. It's none of my business. It's none of my business." The old woman crawled out of the crowd, touching the wall of the alley and leaving in a panic. She kept muttering, "So many people died, so many people. It's none of my business, none of my business. I don't know anything. Don't come to me, don't come to me." Not only the old woman. Almost at the same time, several old people at the scene also hid in a panic without saying a word. Some hid in their own homes, while others fled into the nearby alleys that extended in all directions. Only some young people were left, and they were so scared that they didn't know what to do. Ren Xiling frowned at this moment. "What are you waiting for? Send him to the clinic. You can send him. This guy is so horrible. Who knows if it's contagious?" Ren Xiling suddenly raised the third finger on her right hand, ignoring the young people's ugly expressions. "Lizzie, come and help me. Ian, call Dr. Liu and tell him that the disease that year appeared again." "Oh, okay." The frightened girl took out the phone in a panic. Ren Xiling tore the sleeve of her clothes with her teeth and then wrapped it around her palm. Seeing this, Lizzie also tore her sleeves to wrap her hands. The two of them worked together to pull the person up. He's still breathing. Chapter 225. Genius 1. Second, remember love, go. small? Sure, Net provides you with wonderful novels to read. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. Those who are not in charge, please leave. Sorry to trouble you. The only person who worked in the clinic was a woman in her 30s, wearing a nurse uniform. She was dismissing the villagers who gathered in front of the clinic. The news about the sick old man soon spread in this small village. More and more people knew about it. Louis Chaosheng ignored the hustle and bustle outside the clinic, but in the consulting room he looked very serious. He had received Louis Yin's call early, so he prepared all the tools in his hand and waited for the treatment. Ren Xiling and Lizzie were watching at the side. They got some alcohol from Louis Chaosheng, wiping their hands and the skin that they might have touched. How is it? What's the disease? Ren Xiling asked seriously. Is it? Louis Chaosheng said seriously. It's very similar to what I saw in the past. It's not an exaggeration to say that it's exactly the same. But I was too young at that time, so my memory might be wrong. So I'm not 100% sure. But looking at the two brave people who sent the old man here, Louis Chaosheng said quickly, the conditions here are really limited. If you want to figure out what it is, you have to send him to a better hospital in the town, or even a bigger hospital further away. Ren Xiling remembered that she only saw a lady's motorcycle in front of the clinic, so she volunteered. Dr. Louis, I can help to send him to the town. Louis Chaosheng nodded. Then let's not delay any longer. Let's go now. Just then, some noises came from outside the consulting room. A middle-aged man in his 40s, wearing a white shirt and trousers, walked in hurriedly with two other men. Doctor, they said, they want to come in and have a look. The nurse said awkwardly. Louis Chaosheng shook his head, waving his hand to let the nurse pacify the patients in the clinic. Then he looked at the leading man, squeezing out an ugly smile. Secretary, village head, why are you here? This man's surname was Wu, full name Wu Qiushui. He was the secretary of the village committee from the town. As for the one beside him who was about the same age, he was the head of Louis Village. The other one was the assistant of the secretary of the village committee, also an outsider. He was a college student from the town. Surnamed Du Wu Qiushui said, Oh, it's like this. It was said that there was an old man in the village who had contracted a horrible disease and looked very scary. I was worried that the disease might be contagious, so I came here immediately to find out more about it. On the other hand, he also wanted to know more about the patient's family situation and see if there was anything he could do to help. These two are. I don't think I've seen them before. Wu Qiushui glanced at Ren Xiling and Lizzie and narrowed her eyes. Louis Chaosheng said, These two ladies sent him here. They're here for a vacation. Wu Qiushui nodded, saying politely, Two kind-hearted people, thank you. Don't mention it. It's more important to save the patient. Ren Xiling said indifferently. Louis Chaosheng hurriedly said, Secretary Village Head, I don't know the cause of the patient's illness. The equipment here is limited, so I can't detect it. I'm going to send him to the hospital in the town. At this moment, Wu Qiushui and village chief Lu looked at the patient on the bed. Both of their faces showed a horrified expression. They were startled by this strange situation. Wu Qiushui took a deep breath. Yes, but we don't need to bother these two ladies. Dr. Louis, I'll let little Du drive you out. Okay, as soon as possible. Louis Chaosheng didn't intend to be polite, nodding directly. How is it? Have you found him? After a while, Ren Xiling met Luoqiu again in the small clinic. Boss Luo took Miss made out of Louis Chaosheng's office and strolled around outside before coming back. Luoqiu shook his head, saying nothing. Yu Yi asked softly, Miss Rin, why are there so many people here? Don't be so polite. Just call me Sister Rin. You can call me Mom if you feel embarrassed. Luoqiu was startled by Ren Xiling's words, as if she saw a celestial being. What the hell did she mean by calling her mom if she felt embarrassed, Sister Rin? Yu Yi called her naturally and gracefully. However, Sub-Editor Rin was already satisfied at this moment. She felt that the distance between her and her daughter-in-law had been shortened a lot. Therefore, she told the whole story in a happy mood. While listening, Luocho sized up the little girl, Louis Hyun, who was sitting aside silently. The little girl lowered her head, looking preoccupied. She seemed to be worried about her father, Louis Hai, who disappeared suddenly. Louis Hyun raised her head as if she felt someone was looking at her. She quickly wiped her eyes and met Luocho's eyes. Luocho smiled faintly, shaking his head. The little girl gave a start, not understanding his meaning. Noticing Louis Hyun's expression, Ren Xiling said, "How about this? We'll go out and look for him for a while. If we can't find him, we'll go back to the resort first." It seemed to be the only way. However, when they walked out of the small clinic, they saw a car parked at the same time. Louis Chaosheng and his assistant Little Du carried the sick old man out of the car. Aren't they sending him out? Why did they come back? Lizzie couldn't help asking. The young village official frowned. The way out was blocked. The car couldn't get through. What? Ren Xiling gave a start. Little Du nodded. There was a landslide. It'll take some time to clean it up. There was a rainstorm last night. Not sure if it's the reason. Is there any other way out? Luocho asked suddenly. Little Du glanced at Luocho, shaking his head. No. This road was also built a few years ago to develop the tourism industry. The rest are mountain roads. Even motorcycles can't get out, let alone cars. I've discussed with Dr. Louis, asking people with small sampans to detour. We'll see if we can get a car to pick him up. Little Du explained quickly, looking at Louis Chaosheng. Doctor, you stay here to take care of the patient. I'll contact the boatman. The young village official was very efficient in his work. He had a serious and responsible attitude. Soon he was already far away. How could it be so coincidental? Ren Xiling frowned. On the way here, I've seen the project by the cliff of the highway. The anti-landslide measures are pretty good. How could the landslide happen so suddenly? Lizzie, was the storm last night really strong? Lizzie shrugged. I was sleeping so hard, I don't know, but it shouldn't be very strong. Otherwise, Louis Hai would have been blown away after staying on the Hear the Sea cliff for one night. Ren Xiling touched Lizzie with her elbow. Lizzie stuck out her tongue, forgetting that Louis Hai's girl was here. I'm fine. Sister Lizzie, the girl shook her head. Ren Xiling looked at Luocho. Boy, what do you think? Luocho said, that little Du should be back soon. Ren Xiling gaped. What do you mean? Luocho said indifferently, I said he couldn't find a boat, so he could only come back. Ah, why couldn't he find a boat? Wasn't this a fishing village? Lizzie was confused. Even if they don't make a living by fishing, it shouldn't be like this. Luocho said, I didn't say they didn't have a boat, but they probably couldn't sail. If the road is blocked, the sea route will be blocked too. Lizzie was stunned. Ren Xiling frowned. You mean if it's not a coincidence? Didn't you start to doubt it when you heard the road was blocked? Luocho asked back. After a while, Little Du ran back hurriedly, panting, Bad news! All the fishermen's fishing boats can't sail. I don't know what touched their ship, but the bottom of the ship was penetrated, leaving behind many jagged marks, as if it was bitten by something. Hearing the news, Louis Chaosheng stood up and frowned. Chapter 226. Genius 1, Second Remember Love, Little? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. If the sudden landslide on the road was an accident or a coincidence, then even the fishing boat of the fisherman's family was destroyed. Therefore, it was no longer an accident or coincidence. The young village official frowned. Why does it seem to be designed? Louis Chaosheng could only say, let's think of another way. The patient's heartbeat is very weak. I don't know how long he can hold on. We have to send him out as soon as possible. I'll go back and ask the secretary for help. Little Du said hurriedly. That was the only way. Louis Chaosheng nodded. I'll try my best to prescribe some medicine for him. Let's see how long he can hold on. Louis Chaosheng turned to look at Luocho and others, saying apologetically, I'm sorry, I wanted to find Louis High after finishing my work. I didn't expect such a thing would happen. How about this? You can go back first. I don't have time to entertain you. It's okay. Doctor, you go ahead. Don't worry about us. Ren Xiling said. Louis Chaoxing didn't say anything. He nodded and walked into the consulting room. After discussing for a while, they decided to follow the original plan to find Louis High first. As for sending the patient away, the local village official and secretary would have a better way. Cool. When they walked out of the door, they heard a loud sound. Li Zi quickly covered her stomach and revealed an embarrassed expression. She came over and found that it was already 1 o'clock in the afternoon. She was so busy that she didn't have time to have lunch. Let's find a place to eat first. Luocho looked at Ren Xiling, saying casually, Your stomach is not good. Ren Xiling didn't want Li Zi to feel embarrassed. She also touched her belly. Alas, I'm hungry too. Iyun, let's eat something first. Or we can't find him without strength. You don't want to starve before finding him. The little girl could only nod. Originally, they had no obligation to help her. Now that they had to starve, she felt bad. There's a good noodle shop in front. I'll treat you to a meal. Okay. Ren Xiling wasn't a pretentious person, so she agreed directly. If she didn't let this child treat her, she would only feel more guilty. Unexpectedly, Luocho saw a familiar face in the small tube, Momo. The young celestial master of Mount Longhu must have arrived even earlier. He had already finished a large bowl of noodles and was now slurping down a second bowl. The shop wasn't big, so he could see who the customers were at a glance. Momo was eating while looking at his phone. When he saw the person coming in, the noodles hung in his mouth and slowly fell back into the bowl. Momo quickly wiped off the grease on his face. When he was about to stand up, he saw Luocho slightly shaking his head. Momo thought, It seems that this senior doesn't want to talk with me here. He doesn't want to attract attention. That's right. This senior is accompanied by the little girl in the resort last night. But not talking doesn't mean he can't hear something. Momo thought, this may be a good chance to know more about this senior. Therefore, he immediately focused on his ears and activated the Taoist's mystic technique, which improved his hearing. Isn't this the idiot last night? Sub-editor had a good eyesight. Why are you here? Momo pretended he didn't hear it, continuing to eat noodles. Lizzie put her finger on her lips, saying hurriedly, Sister Rin, don't make trouble. This guy doesn't look like a good guy. Momo had to add a spoonful of chili sauce into the bowl. Luocho sat down, but after sitting down, he slightly pushed his feet to move the stool away. The moment the wooden stool's feet rubbed against the floor tiles, a sharp sound was produced. It was like the sound of glass being scraped. Under normal circumstances, such a sound would be ear-piercing. But for this young heavenly master of Mount Longhu, who had used a hearing mystic art, it was no different from facing a thunderclap. A spoonful of chili sauce went into Momo's mouth. At this moment, the sound of explosion in his ears made Momo choke, causing him to cough painfully. His throat seemed to be burning, and his ears seemed to be deafened. The young master from Dragon Tiger Mountain was in an extremely embarrassing situation. After drinking several times of water, his throat felt a little better. Momo glanced at the people at the opposite table, finding 2 women were lowering their heads, trying to hold back their laughter. Momo sucked in cold air to cool his tongue, glancing at that senior who didn't seem to have done anything, sighing in his heart. This senior is so evil. But he didn't dare to eavesdrop with magic skill. What do you want to eat? This kind of small family-style restaurant didn't have much sense of service, so the lady boss asked casually in front of them. The girl who made the decision seemed to be relieved after seriously ordering some food. It seemed that she had enough money to pay for it. The others who noticed her expression didn't expose her. Ren Xiling even felt that there weren't many kids like her nowadays. It was said that unruly people were easy to be born in poor places, but it was also easy to have such white, lotus-like kids. Hopefully, this child won't be influenced into a different person when he goes out to study. Suddenly, a sound was heard. It seemed to be a rolling sound, very loud and clear. There weren't many people in this small noodle restaurant. Even Luacio's table only had 4 tables of customers. Now, they were all alarmed by the sound and looked over. This kind of family-run noodle restaurant had 2 floors. The lower floor was for business, and the upper floor was for living. A wooden ladder connected the 2 floors. It turned out that someone had rolled down the stairs from the upper floor. "Oh, Dad, why did you fall down?" The lady boss threw away the things in her hand, hurriedly running over there. But at this moment, the man climbed out with a pale face, saying in horror, "Help me, help me." The old man stretched out his hand, but it was like an old tree root buried deep in the soil. Extremely frightening. He struggled to climb out with a pale face, like an evil ghost. The lady boss screamed in fright and fell to the ground in fright. "This isn't this." Obviously, Rin Xiling and the others already knew what it was, showing the same expression. Momo at the side also frowned. He recalled the incident that happened in this fishing village more than 40 years ago. At this moment, "Go away! Go away! Go away!" That was the sound of shouting coming from outside the noodle house. It was unusually loud. Outside the street, a young man was carrying an old woman on his back. Perhaps she was the young man's mother. This old woman's hands and feet also had those old tree root, like keratin. "Go away! Don't block the way!" The young man tried his best to run towards the small clinic. This was the 3rd patient that the young man carried. Chapter 227. Genius remembers love in 1 second divided by little. This is a wonderful novel for you to read. The street was in a mess, so was the noodle house. The only customers stayed far away. Maybe because the old man looked too horrible, the girl Luiyun turned her face away, not daring to look at him. What happened? At the same time, an 18 or 19-year-old boy came in with a bag of sundries. Seeing the old man on the ground, the boy was so scared that he dropped the stuff in his hand. It turned out to be some ginger and garlic. "Grandpa! Grandpa!" The boy ran over, looking flustered. The lady boss hurriedly grabbed the big boy and said, "Quick! Go to the kitchen and call your dad. Send your grandpa to the doctor." The big boy panicked. After looking at the people around him blankly, he hurriedly ran into the kitchen. Not long after, the owner of the noodle house and his son worked together to send the old man out. The noodle shop was also closed. After the shop's owner closed the shop, she followed them to the small clinic. At the same time, the 4th patient was diagnosed on the street. The village was very small, so the news spread quickly. A weird and uneasy atmosphere could be smelled in the air. On the other side of the street, there were some noises. It was the 5th patient. In 1 day, no, in half a day. The 6th patient. "Doctor! Doctor! You have to save my mother. You have to save her. Doctor, my father is too old. I know he doesn't have many years left, but I don't want him to die like this. Please, get out of the way. Where's the doctor? Chaosheng, Chaosheng. For the sake that we grew up together, you have to save him no matter what." The clinic was already crowded when helping the villagers to treat colds or give anti-epidemic injections to children. But now there were 6 or 7 patients and their family members. Louis Chaosheng, who only had a nurse as an assistant, was too busy to cope. Not to mention that a group of villagers had gathered at the clinic. It was so crowded. The secretary of the village committee, Wu Qiushui, was alerted by the incident. He brought along his assistant, Little Du, but they couldn't come up with a good plan, so they hurried over. Soon after, the village head of Louis Village also arrived. "Dr. Lu, what's going on? Why are there suddenly—" Wu Qiushui's expression did not look good. He furrowed his eyebrows and said, "Not counting the people here, when I was on my way here, I also met people who were rushing here. How many are there now?" Louis Chaoxing heaved a sigh. Secretary, I'm also frightened. I don't have a clue now. Wu Qiuxue pulled Louis Chaoxing over, asking in a low voice, Dr. Louis, tell me honestly, is it a disease like the plague? Should these patients be quarantined? Louis Chaoxing shook his head. I really can't check the tools here. As for isolation, we don't have the conditions to do so. And if it's a plague, I'm afraid. Wu Qiuxue understood Louis Chaoxing's meaning at once. If it was a plague, it might have already spread out since so many people got sick one after another. Even he himself might have been infected. But it hadn't broken out yet. Well, Secretary, the way out is blocked by a landslide. The fishing boat of the fisherman's family has been damaged by something. We can't go out temporarily. Don't panic, I've contacted the town. The rescue team will come to clean up soon. Wu Qiuxue said calmly. Unexpectedly, at this time, an anxious voice was heard. It was a patient's family member. He might have been eavesdropping or just passing by. What? We can't go out? The village head of Louis Village said in a low voice. Come here first. Didn't you hear the secretary say the rescue team will come soon? The man stepped back, shaking his head. No, we can't hide this matter from everyone, even if you're the secretary or the village head. Seeing this guy turning around and leaving, the village head and Wu Qiushue's face darkened. They hurriedly shouted, Come back! Don't talk nonsense. Come back! But they couldn't call him back. Wu Qiushue and the village head looked at each other, knowing that things would be more troublesome later. That guy might cause unnecessary panic. Everyone listen up. I just heard that the road out of here is blocked. Even the fisherman's boat can't be driven. Is there anyone from the fisherman's family? Prove it. Outside the clinic, a man suddenly shouted loudly. Really? I just called home and heard from my dad that our boat can't be driven. All the fishing boats and sampans can't be driven. It's like they've been bitten by something. Wow. It's a curse. It's a curse. Exactly the same as that year. It's a curse again, a curse again. Grandma Shueihua, don't talk nonsense. What curse? It's really a curse. It's true. It's true. I saw it with my own eyes. Ah, it's here again. Another one is coming. Among the crowd, someone pushed the villagers aside in a flurry, pushing the bicycle. An old man was tied to the back seat of the bicycle, with his hands and feet covered with that kind of thing. We're all going to be cursed. We're all going to be cursed. I don't want to stay here. I don't want to stay here. The old woman called Grandma Shueihua bumped into the crowd, stumbling a few steps before falling to the ground. But she quickly got up and ran away as if she was fleeing for her life. Everyone looked at each other in astonishment, but no one dared to utter a single word as they watched Grandma Shueihua turn pale with fright and turn to look at the old man who was being pushed into the small clinic. All of a sudden, it was as silent as a mourner for the dead in a cemetery. Outside the crowd, Louis Yun subconsciously grabbed Ren Xiling's arm, showing a trace of panic on her face, saying worriedly, Sister Rin, do you know what the curse is that Grandma Shueihua talked about? And would my dad also fall somewhere? That's why we can't find him. Don't panic. Ren Xiling took a deep breath. Listen to me first. Your dad may not be infected, but I do know about the curse. And I also know that the curse is related to the cause of your grandma's death. The little girl was scared out of her wits. Luochio watched Ren Xiling explaining to Louis Yun while frowning. Yu Yi, who was beside him, also narrowed her eyes slightly. Luochio waved his hand secretly, telling Yu Yi not to move for the time being. Then he stepped back quietly, turning into a small alley. The club boss saw the young Taoist Master Momo of Dragon Tiger Mountain here. What's the matter? Luochio looked at Momo. This golden-haired Taoist master had been calling him quietly since the beginning. Momo took a deep breath, saying seriously, Senior, you should have seen clearly those patients who walked into the clinic, right? Luocho nodded, saying indifferently, and Momo said in a low voice, "These patients are almost the same as those in Louis Village 45 years ago, right?" "That's right." Luocho nodded in agreement. Momo suddenly stepped forward, hiding his right palm behind his back, saying lightly, "But you and I know that the disease 45 years ago wasn't caused by a curse. It was caused by those things found under the old witch's house." Luocho glanced at Momo, shaking his head. "Are you suspecting that I spread the liquid in those test tubes and caused this chaos?" Momo gritted his teeth. "This kind of thing hasn't happened in this village for dozens of years. Only you and I know that the buried thing was unearthed today. But on that day, there were people who were infected one after another. Senior, tell me, how can I not suspect you?" "It's not me." Luocho's answer was so simple that he didn't want to refute it. Momo shouted in a low voice, "How can there be such a coincidence in the world? I thought you were a senior with profound cultivation, but I didn't expect you to do such a heinous thing. I won't let you spread that kind of thing anymore. Today, I, Momo, will enforce justice on behalf of God." The young Taoist master spread his hands abruptly. Many yellow talismans shot out from the opened suitcase on the ground, entangling around him. Along with some messy popping sounds that sounded like beans being fried, the yellow talisman began to glow with a faint golden light. Chapter 228. Genius 1, Second, remember love, go, / little? Sure, Net provides you with wonderful novels to read. But Momo had already operated his Xian cultivation to the extreme, like an arrow on a bow. Plus, he had already made up his mind. How could he stop with just a few words? Those yellow talismans were made with special cinnabar from Dragon Tiger Mountain, mixed with the blood essence of fierce beasts in the mountain. It was one of Momo's special skills. He even knew that this young senior in front of him was unfathomable, so he didn't dare to be careless. He planned to go all out from the start. Green water and red clouds surround tigers and dragons. When the Dan is formed, dragons and tigers will be seen. Those yellow talismans fell to the ground along with Momo's deep voice. But they didn't disappear. Instead, they turned into ferocious tigers. The tigers were made of golden light. They weren't as big as real tigers, but they were as big as wolves. They clustered around Momo, giving off an unparalleled aura. At this moment, the tigers grabbed the ground with their claws, pressing their bodies down. They bared their teeth, as if they were facing a great enemy. Momo grabbed his left wrist with his right hand, forming a sword seal with 2 fingers of his left hand, pointing between his eyebrows. He was trying to communicate with the tigers formed by the yellow talismans. However, no matter how hard he tried to control them, these golden tigers, which had been obedient to him ever since he learned this Taoist technique, would not budge no matter how hard he tried to communicate with them. Each of these tigers had the beast soul of a real tiger sealed in them. They had spirituality. They were scared. Momo crazily operated the Xian cultivation in his body. His eyes turned into bits of golden light, vigilantly staring at the senior in front of him. He just stood there without any movement. His aura was the same as before. But now, in Momo's eyes, there was something extra. A door. It was a door that was faintly discernible, as if there were countless vengeful spirits floating in it. It was a door that constantly emitted an aura that made people tremble. Momo's face couldn't help but reveal a shocked expression. Ever since he saw this strange door, his spirit seemed to be attracted by a huge whirlpool. His 3 souls and 7 spirits seemed to want to leave his body at any time. "So you can see," Luocho said softly. "Tell me, what does it look like?" He walked towards Momo. Each time he took a step closer, Momo felt like his soul was being taken away. After 3 steps, Momo spat out a mouthful of blood. His expression suddenly withered. What he spat out was not simple blood, but what was known as blood essence in Taoism. In an instant, his vitality was greatly damaged. Those golden tigers that were summoned disappeared in an instant. They turned back into yellow talismans and returned to his suitcase. Momo clenched his teeth and made a hand seal with his fingers. He waved it in front of him, and a white smoke instantly filled this quiet alley. Want to escape? Yu Ye's voice sounded in the thick smoke. The black flame in Miss Maid's hand drove the smoke away, and Momo's embarrassed figure appeared at the exit of the alley. Unexpectedly, Luocho grabbed Yu Ye's wrist, pressing it down. He looked at Yu Ye's angry face, unconsciously smoothing the wrinkles on her eyebrows, saying softly, "Don't mind him, we'll meet again." "Master," Luocho said, "my feeling in this aspect is getting clearer and clearer recently." Miss Maid beamed with joy. "That's because you've done more and more transactions, and your ability is getting stronger and stronger." Luocho shook his head. "How's it going over there?" Yu Yi said, "The villagers are out of control." The secretary and the village head tried to calm them down, but it didn't work. But the number of patients didn't increase. So far, there are 11 people in total. All of them are old people without exception. Luocho nodded. "That's to say, the people from that year." "Should be. Where's Louis Hai?" "He hasn't woken up yet." Yu Yi said softly, "He should have been injected with tranquilizers." Luocho closed his eyes, staying still. Miss Maid stood behind him quietly, of course. She knew what her master was doing. After a while, Luocho opened his eyes, saying indifferently, "More and more people are panicking, but there's no despair." "But there will be soon." Yu Yi said indifferently, "No matter who's behind this, it's different from the old era. Even if the road is blocked, it won't take a long time to open it. So the person behind this..." Luocho looked at Yu Yi. She could always respond to him well, so he responded, "Will make the panic escalate again." When night fell, the number of people who had relapses increased again, including the patients during the day. There were 35 people who had relapses. In the daytime, they were old people, but in the evening, they were middle-aged, even young ones appeared. Even the village head of Louis Village was included among these patients. The village head himself was also lying in the clinic. At this time, the villagers had already held a private meeting behind Wu Qiushui's back. Some of them were in their prime, while some were in their 60s. They were all highly respected people in the village. 35. One of them kept touching his crutch, showing his uneasiness. "If I remember correctly, it's more than that year. There were only a dozen at that time. I've asked Chaosheng, he said it's good for now. But the conditions here are not good enough. But looking at the time of onset, there may be more patients tomorrow." In this old house, the villagers became terrifyingly silent. They didn't know whether they would be one of the patients lying in the clinic tomorrow. "It's the curse. That curse." A very old man, whose teeth were about to fall off, screamed at this time. The younger one shouted, "Shut up! What era is it now? Don't talk about the curse. That matter, we all agreed to never mention it again." "But we can't get out of the village. We can't escape," the old man insisted. "Do we have to climb up the mountain? How long will it take to get out? We can't. What if we have an attack? Nobody knows whether we'll die or not. Alas, it's been more than 40 years. Why is it still coming? Is there really a sea god? Didn't you hear the guards say that it was an old witch who pretended to be mysterious and deceived people? But those guards themselves couldn't explain why the villagers would fall ill with that kind of illness. Isn't it said that the medical science outside is very advanced? Even Chaosheng learned it outside, but he didn't know what the disease was either. Besides, it was true that everything was fine after the sacrifice, wasn't it? Maybe it's just a coincidence that the old witch met a dead rat. What if it's true? An old man sitting in the corner swallowed his saliva. "Do you know how to surf the internet?" "A few days ago, my grandson was surfing the internet, saying that he saw some reports about our village. He said that someone heard a strange song coming from the sea and recorded it. Guess what?" "What?" "Yeah, Old Ox, what?" Old Ox swallowed his saliva. "That song is very strange. My heart kept beating when I heard it. I was in a daze and didn't even know how time passed. When I came back to my senses, I had been sitting there for more than half an hour. It's the same for my grandson. Is it true? Do you think I'm lying to you? Old Ox said unhappily, Strange. Strange. Really strange. At this time a young man rushed in hurriedly, saying in panic, Oh no, grandpas, someone got sick again. So many. At the same time, rumble. A deafening sound was heard, which was extremely horrifying in such a dark night. Everyone was startled. They hurriedly ran out of the old house, listening to the rumbling sound. That's the sound from Hear the Sea Cliff. Quick! Find someone to check what's going on. After waiting for more than 1 hour, the person who went to inquire came back with a pale face. Hear the Sea Cliff collapsed, just like 45 years ago. It's over. The sea god is really angry. When I came back, I saw many people rushing to Chowshing's clinic. Some. The man's face turned pale, saying with a trembling voice, Some were crawling on the ground. The curse is back. Back. Old Ox screamed, It's old immortal Huang. It's old immortal Huang. When she was caught, we didn't help her. I remember it very clearly when she was caught. She said she would come back to take revenge on us. She said she would come back. She said we were blaspheming against the gods. She was the daughter of an immortal. She came back. She came back. Old Ox, don't scare people here. She came back. She came back. Old Ox gasped heavily, opening his eyes widely. Suddenly, he fell on the ground and didn't move anymore. Everyone was scared, hurriedly looking at him. Old Ox had stopped breathing. Grandpa A. Bao, what should we do now? The one who was watching was the oldest one here. He was also the first one to hold a walking stick. He was so old that his teeth were about to fall off. Grandpa A. Bao said in a low voice, Tomorrow morning, if more people get sick, we'll do it. Let's try the old method. What? This is not good. Grandpa A. Bao, you can't say or do things recklessly. The society is not like before. It's a crime. Grandpa A. Bao took a deep breath. It's a crime now, but wasn't it a crime before? Do you think the old guards don't know what we've done? They knew, but they couldn't do anything. They couldn't do anything to us. What could they do to us? Catch all of us? No, they didn't dare. If they dared to catch us, we would be in chaos. It's the same now. It's not everyone's fault. Yes, it's not everyone's fault. We have no other way. We can only save ourselves. Yes. If it's good, it means we did the right thing. If it's not good, we don't know if those sick people are contagious. Throwing them away is for the good of our children, isn't it? Yes, it's reasonable. Yes, wait until dawn. But if we do it according to the old method, where can we find them? Chapter 229. A genius will remember love in 1 second divided by small. Sure, Net provides you with wonderful novels to read. When Momo spat out a mouthful of blood, he recalled what his master told him before he went down the mountain. There's always someone better than you. Be careful. He was a person who respected his master very much. The young Taoist master, who didn't have parents, naturally regarded the old Taoist master as his only relative. But he was young, free and easy, and sometimes forgetful. He was indeed too impulsive. Momo took a deep breath, trying to adjust the chaos in his body. He almost went crazy just by peeping at the vague influence of the door. It was too shocking for a young man like him. However, what the young heavenly master of Mount Longhu didn't know was that another Taoist who had been roaming the mortal world for 500 years also vomited blood every day when he faced that door. Vomiting and vomiting had almost become a habit. The night passed in Momo's adjustment. The rising sun above the sea level was more punctual than the most precise electronic clock. But it was still dawn. Some people had been working since last night. They were the road clearing team, organized by some young and strong villagers in Lui Village. Even though Wu Qiushui said he had contacted the town government and the rescue team was on the way, the villagers couldn't wait. because the number of infected people was enough to make the whole Louis village panic. No, it's okay if it's mud, but most of them are rocks. It's hard to move them without a crane. Little Do, the village official who hadn't slept all night, looked at Wu Qiushui with bloodshot eyes. Apparently he was extremely tired. Wu Qiushui also knew that it was hard for these villagers to deal with such a large-scale landslide. I don't know how long the patience will last. Wu Qiushui frowned. He did not even know if the patients would die after the rescue team on the other side dug a way out. How about the boat? Wu Qiushui had to ask. Little Du said, the town said to arrange a fishing boat, but it won't be so fast. We can't delay it for even a minute. Wu Qiushui sighed. If we can't, we can only carry the patients there one by one. Wu Qiushui pinched the space between his eyebrows. He was worried and exhausted. Little Du said, Secretary, why don't you rest for a while? I'll take care of things here. At this moment, a young villager hurriedly ran over. Not good. Secretary, bad news. What's going on? Wu Qiushui's heart skipped a beat. Are those patients? At this moment, over 100 people in Louis village had been infected with the disease. The number increased overnight. Of course, people would feel nervous about it. No, the young villager said. It's Grandpa Bao and the others. All the villagers are heading for Louis High's holiday house with a large group of people. Little Du was stunned. What are they going to do? They say they want to catch people to worship the sea god. The young villager said with a pale face, they say it's not a disease but a curse. It's the punishment of the sea god in the sea to Louis village. Only by catching people to worship the sea god can we protect our village, just like what? Say it. Wu Qiushui had been the secretary for many years. He shouted sternly. Just like 45 years ago. Ridiculous. Wu Qiushui goggled his eyes. His voice changed due to anger. These people. Unruly people. Take me there. We can't let such a tragedy happen. It'll be terrible if we let this old guy do whatever he wants. Is there any law? The group of people rushed to the resort in the other direction. Before the sun rose, the little girl was already in the kitchen of her holiday home. To Louis Iyun's surprise, she met one of the guests of the holiday house in the kitchen at such an early time. So far, he was the only male guest in the restaurant. Luo, Mr. Luo. The girl looked at Luoqiu, who came in uneasily. She felt that this younger man was not as easy to get along with as Sister Ren, as if he didn't know how to smile. Louis Iyun could only ask curiously, "Why are you here? Are you hungry?" In fact, they looked for people in the village for a long time, but didn't have a good meal. Finally, it was too late, so they gave up and came back to the holiday house. After they came back, Ren Xiling and Lizzie were so tired that they fell asleep. Then they didn't come out when they ate. Luoqiu came in, saying calmly, "I just want to make some porridge. Do you have any ginger here?" Oh, yes. The girl nodded quickly. "I also made some porridge, actually." Luoqiu glanced at the pot, asking suddenly, "Is this for your grandpa?" Louis Iyun nodded. "Yes, Grandpa's health and appetite are not good these years, so he can't eat greasy food in the morning." She shook her head, sighing, and suddenly said, "I'll cook some porridge for him when I'm free." Luoqiu said, "You didn't sleep last night, right?" Louis Iyun said, "I'm fine, I'm not tired. I'll go out later." Luoqiu had started to wash the rice. The girl glanced at the porridge that was almost done, and then looked at the rice that Luoqiu was taking out. She moved her lips, but didn't say anything in the end. "I didn't mean you didn't cook well." Luoqiu shook his head. "It's just that someone's stomach is not good, so I know what she can eat." She heard about their relationship from the guests yesterday. The girl gave a start, suddenly remembering that Luoqiu said the elder sister's stomach was not good. She couldn't help exclaiming, "Mr. Luo, you're so nice to your family." Luoqiu said calmly, "Aren't you the same?" Louis Iyun lowered her head shyly. The kitchen became quiet all of a sudden. The girl stirred the porridge in the pot silently, while Luocio was also doing his own thing silently. Mr. Luo, do you think there will be more patients in the village today? Louis Yun suddenly asked. It's hard to say. Louis Yun said again. How? How did you diagnose this disease? Luocio stopped, looking at Louis Yun, asking suddenly, Didn't you know what happened yesterday? Then how did you diagnose this disease? Louis Yun gritted her teeth. The girl's eyes seemed to be broken by something. She said in a low voice blankly, I don't know, Luocio nodded. At this time, there was a rapid noise outside the holiday house. It seemed that someone was knocking on the door quickly. At this moment, at least a few different voices could be heard. Luocio looked at that direction, then wiped the water stains on his hands with a rag. He didn't look at the girl, saying, Go and see what happened. Okay. Louis Yun answered subconsciously. At this moment, Luocio directly walked out of the kitchen, right in the sight of the little girl. But he suddenly stopped, seeming to think of something. He tilted his head slightly, but didn't look at her completely. He said, Oh, what are you laughing at? Chapter 230. A genius remembers love in 1 second / small. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Louis Yun touched her face subconsciously, revealing a puzzled expression. I didn't laugh. Is that so? Luocio nodded and said, Maybe I was mistaken. Let's go out. Louis Yun followed him silently and then followed him out. The banging outside was so loud that Luo Ayu, the lady boss who had arranged a room in front of the resort, woke up with a start. She put on her coat impatiently and walked out of the room as if she wanted to scold someone. She happened to meet Louis Yun and Luocio, who just came out of the kitchen. Luo Ayu didn't care how these two guys came out of the kitchen. She was busy unlocking the door and said impolitely, I'm coming. Who do you think you are? Are you in a hurry to reincarnate? But when Luo Ayu opened the door, she was given a shock. He saw a few people outside the door. They were all old people from the village. Not only that, but there were also 20 to 30 people behind them. These people were holding flashlights in their hands. Each of them even had some tools in their hands. Although they were called tools, they were actually all kinds of farming tools. Hoes, sickles, carrying poles, and so on. Luo Ayu was so scared that her face turned pale. She swallowed her saliva and said, Grandpa Bao, what do you want to do? Seeing that Luo Ayu was the one who opened the door, Bao stepped back and waved his hand, saying, It's her. Arrest him. Several villagers in their 50s behind Grandpa Bao gritted their teeth and walked out together after hesitating for a while. They grabbed Luo Ayu's hands and dragged her out of the door. They were very rough. Love, go, little, say, Netuka Luo Ayu even lost her balance and fell to the ground. But very quickly, someone swiftly tied a rope around her body. Luo Ayu struggled in fear and screamed, What are you doing? Let go of me. Let me go. Stuff her mouth. Bao ordered sternly. Immediately, someone stuffed a rag into Luo Ayu's mouth. Louis Yun rushed out in horror, shouting angrily, What do you want to do to my mother? Let go of her. Let her go. But several villagers stopped Louis Yun at the same time, making her unable to get close. As a result, the noisy voices had been awakened by the people in the resort. Ren Xiling and Lizzie came out first, followed by Yi. Ren Xiling saw the situation outside from the door and frowned. She walked out without thinking, but was stopped by Luocio. Luocio grabbed Ren Xiling's arm and gently pulled her back. Luocio, what are you doing? Let go of me first. Ren Xiling's tone suddenly became heavier, but she also lowered her voice. She always believed that Luocio wouldn't stop her for no reason. Luocio shook his head. This is not your place. Ai, go, shao, say, w, chu. Ren Xiling frowned and soon figured out the seriousness of the matter. However, her natural sense of justice made her unable to allow herself to be confused like this. seeing those people about to take Luo Ayu away. Ran Xiling couldn't help asking loudly, "What are you going to do? Where are you going to take her?" Abao glanced at Luocho's group, saying indifferently, "Who are you? I've never seen you in Lui village." "We're tourists." Abao said, "Since you're tourists, it's none of your business. You'd better stay away from the affairs of Lui village. Stay here obediently. Eat what you want to eat, and play what you want to play." "Hey, you! How can you say that?" Abao ignored her, waving his hand, saying loudly, "Let's go!" "Wait. Are you going to take the child's mother away without considering her feelings?" Ran Xiling said angrily, "We are outsiders. Is the child an outsider too?" Abao glanced at Lu Yun, who was pushed to the ground, saying coldly, "Anyway, she's not the child's mother. Her mother died of dystocia when she gave birth to her. She's Lui Hai's concubine." "What?" Lu Yun raised her head inconceivably. Ren Xiling and Lizi were also astonished. "Ah! I'll fight with you." Suddenly, an indignant voice came from the room. That was Lui Yun's grandfather, Lui Hai's father, Lui Buhai, who became a fool in his old age. Lui Buhai's face was ferocious, rushing out with a carrying pole in his hands, waving it wildly, shouting excitedly, "Let her go! Let her go! Let my wife go! Let Shuaer go! Let her go! Grandpa!" But the old Lui Buhai was easily pressed to the ground by several villagers. Lui Buhai was still waving his legs, shouting, "Let me go! Let me go! Bastards! You're all bastards! Let my wife go! Let her go! Lui Buhai! You're old and confused. Your wife died long ago." "She's not." Abao snorted, waving his hand. "Let's go! Go to hear the sea cliff." Lui Buhai couldn't stand up after being pressed to the ground. He blankly watched the villagers leave. Then he sat on the ground like a child and cried bitterly, "Don't go! Don't go! Give my wife back to me! Give her back to me!" The little girl ran to Lui Buhai, hugging her grandpa. Her eyes were full of tears, and she didn't know what to do. What's happening here?" A voice came at this time. They were Wu Qiushui and Little Du, who had rushed over. There were also 2 other villagers. He glanced at Lu Yun and Lui Buhai, who were sobbing on the ground, frowning. Just now, a group of people took Yun's mother away. They said they were going to hear the sea cliff. Ren Xiling saw Wu Qiushui and said immediately. Wu Qiushui stamped his feet, saying bitterly, "Too late! Too late! These bastards! How dare they! Let's go to hear the sea cliff right now." "Wait a minute, Secretary Wu. Do you know what those villagers want to do?" Ren Xiling frowned and asked. Wu Qiushui moved his lips, saying at last, "You're tourists. It's Lui Village's business and my responsibility. Don't worry about it." He hurriedly ordered Little Du, "You go and find a few more young people. Let's go to hear the sea cliff right now." Seeing Wu Qiushui leave in a hurry, Ren Xiling muttered to herself, "These old bastards. Don't tell me they want to use living people to worship the god of the sea like they did in the past." She suddenly shivered. If that was the case, it would be too frightening. However, looking at the grandfather and grandson who were hugging each other without anyone to rely on, one in a daze and the other in a panic, Ren Xiling couldn't say these words. She walked to Lu Yun, squatting down and comforting her. "Secretary Wu seems reliable. Your mother may not be in danger." The little girl had to nod blankly. Ren Xiling asked again. "Oh, the old man said the landlady is not your biological mother. What's the matter?" Chapter 231. Genius remembers love in 1 second. /small. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Luo Ayu didn't have time to wash herself, so she was dirty and messy on the way. She fell to the ground several times, but she was immediately pulled up violently by someone. Along the way, the lady boss, who still retained some of her charm, was so anxious that she began to cry. It was here the sea cliff. Luo Ayu had no idea why these people brought her to this place. It was not until then that the cloth on her mouth was removed. "You bastards! Let me go! What do you want to do?" Luo Ayu screamed. Grandpa A Bao glanced at her, saying coldly, "You'll know later." At this moment, a group of people walked up one after another from behind. Each of these people was pushing a hopper cart, and on top of each hopper cart, there were 1 or 2 people. Dozens of hopper carts were filled with people. The sky had already turned completely bright. When Luo Ayu saw the people in the hopper carts, she was so scared that she almost fell down on the ground. A middle-aged man walked to Grandpa A Bao. "Grandpa A Bao, all the patients are here." Grandpa A Bao nodded. "Where are their relatives?" The middle-aged man said they didn't agree in the clinic. However, among these people, there were people who suddenly had a relapse. This time, they had no choice but to agree. There were a few who had been against it, but they were stopped by their brothers. The rest didn't dare to say anything. They didn't come this time, saying they didn't want to see it. But I let people guard the clinic and don't let them come out. Grandpa A Bao nodded. "I checked the time. It'll be the auspicious hour in 1 hour. Let's worship the sea god at once." "Worship? What worship? Make it clear." Luo Ayu felt that something was wrong. She had been in a state of near ignorance about this matter, but her intuition told her that she would be in more danger than anyone else. The middle-aged man came to Luo Ayu, sneering. "Of course, we'll use you to worship the sea god. Do you see the faces of these patients? Only by offering you to the sea god can we protect Lui village." "What?" Luo Ayu struggled in fright. But it was 2 strong men who caught her. How could she get rid of them? Luo Ayu couldn't help cursing. "You bastards! Bastards! Let me go! Let me go! I want to see the village head. Tell him you're going to kill me." "Shut up!" The middle-aged man snorted, pointing at the hopper carts. "The village head is here. He's sick." Luo Ayu was stunned. Then, as if she had a mental breakdown, she struggled even more violently. Immediately, her mouth was stuffed with a cloth again. She could only be pressed to the ground, crying out in terror from her throat. At this time, she was scared out of her wits and was trembling. At this time, another group of people. From afar, Luo Ayu seemed to hear Wu Qiushui's voice, and she couldn't help but reignite a glimmer of hope. Ren Xiling walked back and forth in the reception hall of the holiday house. Lizzie, who was dazzled, couldn't help but say, "Sister Ren, it's useless to be anxious here. After all, this is really not our place." "That's why it's so annoying." Ren Xiling gritted her teeth. "What kind of society are we living in? How can there be such people? And a group of them?" "Shoo, keep your voice down." Lizzie said carefully. Iyun helped her grandpa into the room. Her father disappeared, her mother was caught, and her grandpa was like this. Ren Xiling sighed. This was the thing that made her feel the most helpless. "Have something to eat." Luo Qiu walked out of the kitchen with a tray in his hand. There were 2 casseroles on it. "I can't eat any more." Ren Xiling sat down, still sulking. Luoqiu put down one of the casseroles and a porcelain spoon on the tray. "Ginger and minced pork porridge. I also put some shrimps and dried fish." Ren Xiling swallowed her saliva subconsciously. Lizzie was more direct, looking at the pot with shining eyes. "Wait until it's cold." Luoqiu didn't say anything, just opened the lid a little, and then walked up the stairs with the other pot. "Hey, boy, where are you going?" "I'm going to bring some food to my grandpa." Seeing Luoqiu walking up, Ren Xiling was stunned. She wanted to say something, but stopped. This kid was too good at taking care of people. So Yi liked this kid because of this? For Xiling's mother, Luoqiu was full of merits. Even if he was dull, it could be regarded as pure. Sub-editor Rin, who was used to jumping to conclusions, suddenly glared at Luoqiu. "Lizzie, get me a bowl!" "Huh." Sister Rin, didn't you say you can't eat? It's none of your business. By the way, where's Yu Yi? I haven't seen her since just now. I seem to see her going back to her room, Lizzie said with a spoon in her mouth. Alas, Rin Xiling sighed. Originally, she intended to take this opportunity to have a good look at Luocchio's girlfriend and get in touch with their relationship. She didn't expect to encounter such a thing. This girl named Yu Yi, I don't know if she was scared. Rin Xiling thought subconsciously, sending a mouthful of hot porridge into her mouth. F***CK. It's scalding me. Rin Xiling stuck out her tongue and fanned with her palm. Lizzie giggled and couldn't help but laugh. Why are you laughing? Haven't you seen anyone scalding their tongue? Rin Xiling suddenly rolled her eyes. Lizzie shook her head. No, it's not that. It's just that I realize that your eldest son really knows you better than you do. Big Sister Rin. He told you to eat it when it's cold, but you still fell for it. Rin Xiling was embarrassed. Crack. The moment the door was opened, Louis Yun was stunned, looking at Luocchio with an unnatural expression, and the plate he was holding. Can I come in? Oh, okay. Louis Yun nodded. She still didn't look good. She saw Luocchio coming in. This was Louis Buhai's room, a very simple room. At this time, Louis Buhai just sat at the end of the bed quietly, looking at the sea outside the window. The old man's body was here, but his most important things were not. Luocchio walked to Louis Buhai, glancing at Louis Yun and then at Louis Yun. The girl hurriedly walked over, taking the plate from Luoccio's hand, forcing a smile. Sorry to trouble you. You're the guest. I'm used to receiving people, Luocchio said softly. Louis Yun didn't know how to reply to this person who made her feel scared, lowering her head and fiddling with the porridge in the plate. She scooped some porridge out, tasting the taste and heat. The girl was stunned at once. Is it not to your taste? Louis Yun said. No, it's much better than what I usually cook. But my grandpa won't eat anything without pickled cabbage. Okay, I'll get some. Luocchio nodded. Louis Yun hurriedly said. No need, I don't know where you are. I'll be back soon. Louis Yun quickly left the room. In fact, Boss Luo saw a small plate of cut pickled cabbage beside the casserole, but he didn't bring it with him. Now he was looking at Louis Buhai's room. Paintings with only a simple outline were hung on the surrounding walls. Some of them were even yellowed. Louis Buhai was still looking at the sea outside the window, as if the previous excitement was just an accidental sobriety. Essentially, he was still the old man with Alzheimer's symptoms. Luocchio walked to a wall, stretching out his fingers, stroking the different but the same drawings. Why don't you finish them? If the old man still remembered, he would remember that this question had appeared when they first met. Louis Buhai, who was silent, had an unusual reaction to this question. He slowly turned his head. When his turbid eyes met with Luoccio's, Louis Buhai's eyes seemed to recover a bit of clarity. Save her! Save her! He repeated, over and over again, as if he didn't know what he was saying, as if he knew what he was saying better than anyone else. Louis Buhai's eyes slowly recovered their turbidity, looking at the vast sea again. However, an old parchment slowly unfurled in front of him. When his palm pressed on the parchment, the last trace of clarity in Louis Buhai's eyes disappeared. He returned to the appearance when he was sitting on the lawn, painting towards the sea. Chapter 232. Genius 1. Second, remember love divided by little? Say net, providing you with wonderful novels to read. When Louis Yun returned to Louis Buhai's room, she didn't see Luocchio. Love, go, little, say Netka. The girl frowned in confusion, but she still walked to Louis Buhai. Her grandpa was still the same as before. Not the same as before. In an instant, Louis Yun felt that Louis Buhai was different from usual. He was quieter than before. The little girl couldn't even see the last trace of intelligence in her grandfather's eyes. It was as if the person sitting there now was just a shell. She suddenly felt frightened. Looking at the pair of completely turbid eyes, The girl stepped back step by step, covering her mouth until she touched the windowsill. Louis Ian opened the window, subconsciously. She didn't want to see Louis Buhai in this state, so she stuck her head out of the window, breathing deeply. One day, he would forget everything, his family, his home, his everything, even himself. This was the final result of Alzheimer's disease, and there was no way to reverse the situation. The girl knew it early. In this age of advanced information, young people could always grasp various means of exploration because of their desire for exploration. She knew it early, but she only hoped that this day would come later. 1 year, 1 month, 1 day, 1 hour, it was fine. She breathed in the fresh air again and again, but the salty air didn't make her feel better. Louis Yoon was not as strong as she thought. Her tears could not reach the sea in front of her. They fell into her palms and then dripped onto the window frame. They did not make a sound, but at this moment she saw the young man who was looking at something on the lawn by the side. Louis Yoon opened the door of the balcony, walking down the stairs and coming to the lawn. She came to the young man, subconsciously. She realized that she really had done this subconsciously, so much so that when she arrived, a trace of regret had already surfaced in her heart. Because from this direction, she was looking at the Hear the Sea cliff. It should be very lively up there now. Luochio turned around, looking at Louis Yoon, saying softly, "Did you do something to my grandfather? Or did you say something to him?" But from the little girl's words, he had touched upon some things that had indeed happened. Luochio smiled. He tried to give the little girl some peace and quiet at this moment. He said, "What do you think I did to your grandfather? What did I say?" Rin Xiling was an easy person to get along with. Lizzie was a simple and easy person to see through. As for the one called Yu Yi, she was a mysterious person. These were the things that the little girl felt in this short contact, and the person in front of her was mysterious and difficult to get along with. Louis Ian moved her eyes away and looked at the sea. "I don't know." Luochio nodded and looked in the direction of Hear the Sea cliff once more. "There's still no news from Wu Qiushui. In other words, your mother could be thrown down by the villagers at any time. You don't seem to be too worried." "Of course not." Louis Ian gritted her teeth. "I'll go there too. But Grandpa is alone. Don't you want her to be thrown down?" This time, Luochio was more direct. "No." Louis Ian raised her head. "She's not your birth mother. I just know it." "Have you eaten anything?" "What? Yes." "What did you eat? Who made it? What time did you eat? How much did you eat? Noodles or rice? How much do you usually eat? What's your choice in the college entrance examination? Is there anyone who has the same choice as you? You already know she's not your birth mother. Did you fall in love at a young age? When did you fall in love at a young age? When did you know it? Who's your partner? How high is he? What's his name? Does he like you? Porridge. I made it. 5 a.m. A bowl. Porridge. A bowl. Sigong University. I knew it. No. I didn't fall in love at a young age before the college entrance examination. I said I didn't have a partner. I don't know. I said I didn't have a partner. How could I know? Under a series of urgent questions, the girl also responded quickly. She didn't know why she was in such a hurry to answer his questions. As if it was an instinct, she quickly asked one question after another. In the end, she covered her mouth in shock. I knew it. Before the college entrance examination. You set me up. The girl looked at him angrily. Luochio shook his head. I didn't force you, nor did I ask you to answer me immediately. Why did you answer me with the speed of my questions? Louis Ian gave a start. Luochio suddenly said, Your father is not in the clinic. Louis Ian said subconsciously, How could that be? Didn't your father go missing in the clinic? Why not? Because. Louis Ian moved her lips again, but couldn't say anything. Why did Louis Chaoxing help you? Or why did you help him? Luochio exhaled. Louis Ian lowered her head. She knew some things couldn't be concealed, but she was still very confused. When did you find out? Was it because you saw me smiling in the kitchen? At that time, I was sure you had some problems. Luocio said indifferently. As for the suspicion, it should be yesterday. Louis Ian was surprised yesterday. Luocio nodded. Your reaction was a bit different when we were in the noodle house yesterday. Louis Ian was still confused. What reaction did I have? Luocio said, that should be the second patient we saw. Logically speaking, since you've already seen him once, you shouldn't have panicked and turned your head away. But the fact is you turned around and someone walked in at that time. Luocio said carefully, that kid is about the same age as you. He's the wife of the noodle house, the grandson of the patient. Since he's about the same age as you, that means you know each other. There's only one primary school in this village. If you want to go to middle school or high school, you can only go to the town outside. You should be classmates, right? You didn't want that boy to see you. Louis Ian said unbelievably. Just because of this detail? Luocio shook his head. No, I just felt strange at the beginning. Why didn't you want your classmates to recognize you? Then I thought it might be because your family wasn't welcomed in this village, or maybe you didn't have a good school life. So I didn't think too much about it, but it also made me a little more careful. Until early morning when you were in the kitchen, until you heard the sound outside. He looked at Louis Yun, looking into her eyes. You really didn't know? Other than smiling, your eyes were very calm. You gave me the feeling that you already knew everything. Then you asked about my father. I'm just asking casually. If I'm asked by a regular policeman, I'll probably do the same. Luocio shook his head. No, it'll be more professional. What was the experience of having a policeman as a father? There were a lot of books on tracking and interrogation techniques at home. Now he was the boss of the club. But before that, he was just a young man with dreams, longing, and eagerness to inherit his father's will and read those obscure books in high spirits. Louis Yun's eyes changed. She took a deep breath, as if she had changed into another person. She seemed to have completed the transformation from a girl to an adult at this moment, and the transformation brought coldness in her eyes. I always thought that Ren Xiling was the one I should be wary of, but I didn't expect it to be you. Luocio said softly, no, I'm just a little different from her. You're right to be wary of her, because this woman will find out the truth sooner or later. Just like a mouse, she can always smell what she wants to smell. Louis Ian put her hands behind her back, looking at Luocio calmly. No matter who it is, they know it. That's right. I instructed Louis Chaosheng to hide my father, and I instructed him to spread the virus. Before I die, I'm not afraid to tell you that even Grandpa A. Bao is controlled by me. But I'm going to help you. What? The girl's hands behind her back, which she intended to use, suddenly became stiff. Chapter 233. Genius 1. Second, remember love divided by little? I'll provide you with wonderful novels to read. The sea breeze was blowing. The girl's eyes were like the sea surface that welcomed the sea breeze. Love, go, little, say, Kalui Ian suddenly approached Luocio. She raised her head at the distance of 7 centimeters, as if questioning him. Why do you want to help me? Do you know what I'm going to do? Luocio said, no matter what you're going to do. Louis Ian lowered her head, saying thank you. But the girl still took action. It was her right hand. The girl caught the person whom she had known for less than 3 days. Her delicate arms possessed an unimaginable strength. With a single lift, she had already lifted an adult up. Without stopping for a moment, she fell onto the grass. In an instant, he seemed to have fainted from the fall. The girl looked at Luocio, who closed his eyes on the ground, breathing in the salty sea breeze. There was never a lack of sea breeze here. Louis Ian stroked her hair, whispering, but I don't need anyone's help. She glanced at the resort, holding Luocio, who fainted on the ground. She walked around the lawn quietly, going out from the back of the resort. It was the hillside. There was a small mountain road behind the resort. After walking for a while, she saw a cabin. Louis Yun carried Luo Chiu into the cabin. Using the tools here, an unusually thick hemp rope, she tied him to a square wooden pillar that supported the cabin. The girl was thoughtful. She took out his phone, putting it in a place that he couldn't reach, and turning it off. She confirmed that there was nothing around Luoqiu that could help him escape. She stepped back slowly, saying softly, "Big brother, please stay here for a few days, just a few days." "Ah, I'm too full." Lizzie touched her belly and leaned on the chair. She licked her lips and burped. "Sister Rin, I admire you." Ren Xiling put down the bowl and asked in astonishment, "Admire me for what?" "You can't gain weight." Lizzie blinked and said, "Look, your family's Luoqiu has maxed out his cooking skills, right? The food you make is too delicious. After all these years, you haven't put on any weight at all. If I don't admire you, who should I admire? Go, go, go." Ren Xiling waved her hand. He happened to see Louis Yun coming in. Ren Xiling asked curiously, "Huh? Why did you come in from outside? Didn't I just see you go upstairs?" Louis Yun said, "Well, I came down from the stairs of the terrace. I saw a figure and thought it was my father. In the end, I was wrong." Ren Xiling comforted her. "It's okay. Your father will definitely come back." In order to prevent the little girl from being hurt even more, Ren Xiling had to change the topic. "By the way, Luoqiu also came upstairs. Didn't you see him? Where is he?" Louis Yun said, "Mr. Luo said he had something to do, so he went out." Ren Xiling gave a start. She frowned and took out her mobile phone. After a while, Ren Xiling frowned more tightly. "His phone is turned off. What's wrong with him?" "Sister Ren, he's an adult." "What are you worried about?" Lizzie asked. Ren Xiling said, "Other places are fine, but this village is weird. Besides, how can he leave his girlfriend and go out alone?" "No, I have to check on Yi. I don't know if she's scared." She seemed to be cheered up at once, seeing Ren Xiling running away hurriedly. Lizzie shook her head and sighed. "She worries too much. Even if she's her biological daughter, she doesn't need to be so concerned. The relationship between mother and daughter-in-law must be very good." "Mother and daughter-in-law?" Louis Yun opened her mouth. Did she hear it wrong? Lizzie smiled. She looked at the little girl and explained the relationship briefly. Louis Yun looked at the direction where Ren Xiling left, whispering, "I thought they were cousins, but I didn't expect." Many people didn't expect it either. Lizzie smiled secretly in her heart. A young woman like Ren Xiling insisted on taking care of her late husband's son at such a young age. Many people were shocked. Many people rolled their eyes and tried to figure it out maliciously. But after all these years, Ren Xiling was still strong. This was a strange anecdote, even from the point of view of human, let alone from the point of view of a monster. That was even more incredible. However, she likes food. Now that she is working in a magazine, she, a greenhorn, always feels a strange charm every time she sees Ren Xiling respond to the supercilious looks with ridicule. The little assistant of the magazine, the little monster who liked food, felt that her current job was actually very good. Of course, now there seemed to be one more reason to stay with Sister Rin. The little assistant, who had never revealed her true form, licked her lips and looked at the cleaned casserole. "If there's nothing else, I'm going to accompany my grandpa." Louis Yun collected herself and said, "Oh, of course." Lizzie nodded naturally. Clap, 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 clap. Suddenly, there was a sound of knocking on the door. Both of them were stunned. When they opened the door, they saw Wu Qiushui from outside. The secretary of Louis Village looked very anxious at this time. The moment he opened the door, he looked at Louis Yun and asked quickly, "Did your mother come back?" Louis Yun was surprised. "Secretary Wu, did you? Did something happen to my mother? Didn't come back?" Wu Qiushui frowned, then said anxiously, "We just arrived at here the sea cliff and saw those people there. I plan to negotiate with them." Wu Qiushui sighed. I'm really ashamed the negotiation failed. Alas, I've never seen anyone as incompetent as me. I'm sorry. Louis Yun grabbed Wu Qiushui's sleeves nervously. Then my mother! She's fine. Wu Qiushui said she was saved by a young man. Li Zi was stunned. A young man? Wu Qiushui nodded. Yes, a young man with blonde hair and a tattoo on his arm. But it was too chaotic, so I didn't see it clearly. Secretary Wu, can you tell me the details of the scene? Ren Xiling asked with a frown as she walked out from the back without anyone noticing. Sister Ren, Li Zi shouted. Ren Xiling said, Yu Yi is in bed, she should be asleep. I didn't wake her up. Let's get down to business. Who was the one who saved the boss's wife? Wu Qiushui continued. I don't know him. I've never seen him before. He shouldn't be from Louis Village. This young man was quite powerful. He beat the man to the ground in just a few moves. But he seemed to be worried about something, so he didn't beat him too hard. Until Grandpa A Bao and the others came up, the young man couldn't do anything. So he cursed. Then he carried your mother and rushed out of the crowd, running down the mountain. I thought he would bring your mother back here first. So I came here to have a look. What did he curse? Ren Xiling frowned. Wu Qiushui glanced at Ren Xiling, saying perfunctorily, nothing, just a few words of barbarism. Ren Xiling knew that she couldn't continue to ask. The secretary of the village committee was still concerned about the reputation of the village. But in her opinion, such concern was more or less like burying his head in the sand. But the young man with blonde hair and tattoo on his arm, was he the weird guy they met in the resort? Ren Xiling and Li Zi looked at each other. At this moment, Little Du rushed in from outside and said anxiously, Secretary, Grandpa A Bao brought a group of villagers here. I saw they were holding hoes and sickles. They're so fierce. What? Wu Qiushui was shocked. The rope was like a snake that was affected by the flute, twisting and turning, then loosened naturally. Luo Qiu stood up, looking at the environment of the cabin. At this time, the door was pushed open. That was Miss Maid of the Club. Yu Yi was holding an old box in her hands. Luo Qiu walked in front of Yu Yi and opened the box. He lifted the white cloth that looked like a national flag and looked at the small test tubes in the many grids. Boss Luo took one out, shaking it, saying lightly, use them all. Yen 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 yen. Chapter 234. Genius remembers love in 1 second / small. This is a wonderful novel for you to read. Momo's face didn't look good. On one hand, he hadn't recovered yet. On the other hand, he was infuriated. He wasn't a real worldly person, but he felt it was inconceivable when he heard about what happened in Louis Village 45 years ago. But today, after witnessing the behavior of Louis Village's villagers, this inconceivable feeling turned into absurdity and anger. They won't chase us anymore. Momo looked at this panic-stricken woman. He didn't comment on this woman's appearance and age, but said indifferently, are you okay? How could she be fine? Luo Ayu was really scared. She was still nervous and frightened. Even though she was saved by this guy, she didn't trust anyone at this moment. The lady boss of the resort took 2 steps back in fright, her face full of vigilance. You. Who are you? I'm Momo. Momo said indifferently, take me as a tourist. Why did they do that to you? Luo Ayu pulled herself together, shaking her head. But when she thought of those patients who were pushed up the cliff, she vaguely understood something, saying subconsciously, maybe it's because I'm married. The people of this village have never been good at marrying outsiders. It doesn't matter to outsiders, but you're married here, so it's a bit unreasonable. Momo shook his head. Luo Ayu sighed. It said that this lousy village doesn't allow outsiders to marry, regardless of gender. Momo didn't intend to blame this custom. He had seen more unreasonable customs. He shook his head. Where do you live? I'll send you back first and think of a solution. Luo Ayu was shocked. I won't go back. If I go back, They will definitely catch me. No, I have to leave this lousy place. Momo looked at Luo Ayu's appearance, saying calmly, even if you want to leave, you should go back and pack up first. How far can you go in this state? Luo Ayu stared blankly for a moment. What this unknown guy said was not wrong. However, after experiencing such a thing, she could not trust others too much. Especially when this guy saved her, he was really too good at fighting. He was like those action stars in TV dramas. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she wouldn't have believed that there was such a good fighter in the outside world. But with a head of blonde hair, he didn't look like a good person. All right then. Luo Ayu gritted her teeth, thinking that the worst-case scenario would not be as bad as just now. Thinking of how this guy had risked his life to save her, even if he was a bad guy, he would not be that bad. I'm staying at the resort on the mountainside. Momo was stunned and frowned. Wasn't the holiday house on the mountainside where that senior was temporarily staying? To go or not to go? Two groups of people, one group led by Grandpa A. Bao, the other group led by Wu Qiushui were young villagers. They were all from the same village, but in this place there was a stalemate. Do you really not care about the law? All of you, go back. Once the road was cleared and they were sent to a well-equipped hospital, all the patients could be treated. This was not a curse. You have to believe in science. Wu Qiushui shouted. Do you want to repeat the tragedy that happened in your village that year? Bullshit. What science? What is not a curse? Grandpa A. Bao was very old, but his voice was as strong as Wu Qiushui's. Tell me, if it's not a curse, what disease is it? Is it a cold? Was it a fever? Gastrodia or chickenpox? What disease can make people like this? Wu Qiushui was angry. The world is so big, it's not strange that there are diseases that you haven't seen before. The most important thing is to figure out the cause and treat it, instead of believing in the illusory God. Grandpa A. Bao snorted. Then tell me, why is the road blocked? Why is the boat broken? And why did the cliff collapse again in the same day? Don't tell me it's a coincidence. I'll figure it out, but you need to give me some time. Wu Qiushui said with a tough attitude, but I won't allow you to continue. Go back now. Grandpa A. Bao knocked his crutch heavily. Today, no matter what, we have to sacrifice that woman to the god of sea. Then our village will be saved. Secretary Wu Qiushui, get out of my way. Usually we respect you because you're the secretary and treat you politely. However, this is related to the life and death of the entire Louis village. It's our business. It's not your turn to criticize us. You. Wu Qiushui even had an impulse to slap this old man, who was so stubborn and unreasonable. She's not inside. Wu Qiushui took a deep breath. Go back now. There are only children and some tourists in this holiday house. This is a private place. You're not allowed to mess around. Grandpa A. Bao snorted. You think she's not inside? You want to protect this woman, but you said she's not inside. In fact, the person who injured so many of us just now might have been ordered by you. I don't know that guy. Don't talk nonsense. Wu Qiushui glared at him. Grandpa A. Bao's heart pounded when he saw Wu Qiushui's angry stare, but he gritted his teeth, saying fiercely, Search! Go in and search. Find her. Seeing this old man instigate the older generation behind him with the prestige that he had built in the village for decades, Wu Qiushui could only say helplessly, Stop them! Don't let them in. You should have a bottom line. Grandpa A. Bao, do you really want these young people to confront their elders? Grandpa A. Bao snorted. You know we're their elders? Then why do you let them fight against us? Do you really want to fight against us? You kids, who watched you grow up, get out of my way. The young villagers behind Wu Qiushui hesitated. Many of them were their elders. Seeing these young people hesitating, Grandpa A. Bao waved his crutch, saying, Go in and search. F***CK. I've tolerated you, old B***. Starts for a long time. But at this moment, Sabedatorin rushed out with a hoe in her hands. She put the hoe on the ground. "You bunch of old bastards who can't tell right from wrong. Come in if you dare. Come and bully the young girls and elders here. I want to see if you're men or not. Come on. I'll knock you off one by one. Don't mind this woman. Go in." Grandpa A. Bao shouted sharply. The older villagers at the back were naturally not really afraid of a woman. At this moment, one by one, they rushed forward. Unexpectedly, this woman was indeed valiant. She held the hoe and waved it around randomly, making people not dare to approach her. "Let's go together. If we can't find her, we'll be cursed to death." Grandpa A. Bao shouted again. More people immediately rushed forward recklessly, forcing Ren Xiling to retreat step by step. "You guys don't act recklessly." Wu Qiushui couldn't stand it anymore, stepping forward bravely to catch a villager, but was pushed to the ground by a fierce person. Secretary. Little Du was shocked and hurried forward, but he was also caught by this group of crazy people. As for the young villagers, some of them came up to stop them. Some were hesitant and some hid at the side. However, a large group of people had already rushed up, and the scene suddenly became extremely chaotic. When Ren Xiling couldn't stand it anymore, suddenly, a loud sound came from the entrance of the holiday house. What followed was a deep roar. "All of you, stop right there! There was no law anymore, was there? Believe it or not, I'll shoot you." After this shout, 2 more loud noises sounded in succession. The villagers were all alarmed. They saw a slightly plump middle-aged man with a mustache standing behind them. At this moment, he was pointing a pistol at the sky and shooting all the way. Then, behind this middle-aged man, 3 young men rushed out one after another. They were all wearing police uniforms, and this time, they all pointed their guns at him. "Throw it to me. Throw away the things in your hands. Stand aside," the middle-aged man said fiercely, "or I'll show you the consequence of attacking a police officer." "Police officer, thank you so much. How did you come here?" Wu Qiushui regained her composure, quickly walking to the middle-aged police officer, asking curiously. Unexpectedly, the middle-aged police officer didn't answer, but walked directly to Ren Xiling. Sabedatorin supported her body with one hand holding a hoe, and the other hand on her waist. She was gasping for breath, glaring at the middle-aged police officer. The middle-aged police officer said in a kind tone, "That sister-in-law, can you not be so fierce next time? Can you come earlier next time?" Ren Xiling said angrily, "If you come later, I'll be shot in the head by these people." The middle-aged police officer said with a bitter face, "I swear to God, I rushed all the way here after receiving your call in the middle of the night last night. Do you think it's easy to mobilize the police force? I borrowed a helicopter from someone. I rushed all the way without going through the procedures. I'll be scolded to death later, okay? Besides, it's good that I can find a place to land in this damn place. Now I'm here. Calm down, calm down." Ren Xiling threw away the hoe in her hand, still gasping. "Let me drink some water first. Sister Ren, water!" Lizzie trotted to get a bottle of mineral water, and then asked in a low voice, "Sister Ren, is this Sir Ma? Why did he come here?" Ren Xiling drank a mouthful of water and said happily, "Yesterday I felt that this village was weird and there were people blocking the road. Of course, I'm looking for help. Didn't you hear my good son say that this is not our place, so don't mess around? Well, I'll make this our place temporarily. No wonder you're so calm. It turns out that you already have a backup plan." Lizzie couldn't help but exclaim. Ren Xiling was indifferent to such compliments. She wiped the water on her face with her hand and then walked to Mahoud. At this moment, a group of villagers had to obey several policemen with guns. They held their heads with their hands and squatted on the road outside the resort. The scene was quite spectacular. "Old Ma, I've told you the situation clearly. What do you think we should do?" Ren Xiling said. Mahoud frowned and shook his head. "It's hard to say. This kind of collective thing is the most troublesome. By the way, where's Luocio? Is he okay? Why isn't he here? Ren Xiling shook her head and said, He went out early in the morning, and I don't know where he is now. I'm also worried. Damn, speaking of the devil, he's back? On the path down the mountain, Luocio walked up slowly with 2 bags in his hands. He looked at the villagers, squatting on the road, and Ren Xiling and Ma Haud in front of him, showing a slight astonishment. Of course, there were Lizi Wu Qiushui and the others, and the little girl Luiyun. At this moment, the little girl's face was filled with astonishment. She was completely stunned as she looked at this person who was leisurely walking back. He should have been tied up in the small wooden house. In the end, Luocio still walked in front of them. Uncle Ma, what happened? Oh, it's like this. Sir Ma was about to say. Ren Xiling was 1 step ahead, walking to Luocio, hugging him. Where have you been? Do you know you scared me to death? When she waved the hoe, she was as tough as a female general, but now when she hugged Luocio, she was so weak that her eyes were misty. There's no food in the kitchen, so I went outside to get some. He glanced at Luiyun, who was far away, and the little girl hurriedly moved her eyes away. Luocio then said in a low voice, It's not good for the little girl to take care of us after what happened, right? Do you need to turn off your phone when you go shopping? Ren Xiling let go of Luocio, glaring at him, but she wasn't angry anymore. No signal. Ren Xiling became silent, rolling her eyes and smiling. I forgive you. Ma Haud. He was dumbfounded. Suddenly the phone rang, from the villagers, squatting down. The villager was under great pressure from the police, so he answered the phone. Chapter 235. Geniuses remember love in 1 second. Go. This is a wonderful novel for you to read. The sudden news sent the villagers, squatting on the road, into a state of confusion. No matter what they were doing here, no matter how inhumane it was to do what they were going to do, their original intention was to protect themselves and prevent their families from being persecuted by the curse. But now the villagers all had a disease? The sea god is angry. Grandpa, a Bao screamed. The sea god is angry. It's you. You stopped us from offering the sacrifice to the sea god. It's finally angry. Our whole village will die. It's you. It's you who killed us. Along with Grandpa a Bao's shout, those villagers, squatting on the ground and holding their heads, looked different. A few courageous villagers even slowly stood up at this moment. Sir Ma glared at them, saying angrily, What do you want to do? Squat down. My wife and son are in the village. They all have a disease. You let me squat here. You're killing my whole family. I'll fight with you. All of a sudden, a villager rushed out. Ma Haud shot at the road. The gunshot reverberated in the mountain, extremely loud. The villager stopped, his face turned pale, and his lips trembled. 2 policemen came over at the same time and caught the man. Sir Ma said in a low voice, I know you're anxious. I understand your feelings, but I won't let you go back. No one is allowed to leave here. I don't believe in curses, but since the whole village has a disease, there's another possibility. That is, this strange disease may be terrifyingly infectious. If you go back rashly, you may be infected. If you're infected, who will save your family? Looking at the silent villagers, Ma Haud heaved a sigh, saying in a gentle voice, Please believe us. We're here to solve the problem, instead of engaging in these pointless battles with you all. But if you're still making trouble here, especially if someone instigates it, don't blame me for being impolite. Saying this, Ma Haud glared at a Bao, which made the most prestigious elder in the village tremble and lower his head hurriedly. Wait. I've ordered you to go to the seaside, where my helicopter landed. Then someone will take you away. After calming down the villagers, Ma Haud pulled Ren Xiling and Luocio aside, saying quietly, after leaving, Someone will send you to the hospital for examination. You want us to leave? Ren Xiling said discontentedly. Ma Haud tried to persuade him. I'm just worried that you'll be infected by the virus. You see, this place is full of strange diseases. Don't be willful. Luocio suddenly said, Uncle Ma, what will you do if we leave? Ma Howd looked at Luocio, feeling comfortable. Only this big nephew cared about him, unlike a certain sister-in-law. He smiled, don't worry. I just talked with Secretary Wu. He had also sent a boat from the town. Besides, we're paid by the government, so we can't leave people alone when there's danger. But you're different. You can leave if necessary. Besides, you'll only distract me if you stay here. Luocio shook his head. Uncle Ma, I'm afraid we can't leave now. Ma Howd gave a start, saying unconsciously, Boy, when did you become as unreasonable as your mother? Ma Howd, what did you say? Are you looking for death? Luocio glanced at Rinziling. Sub-editor Rinziling was most afraid of this kind of look, so she stopped immediately. Luocio heaved a sigh of relief and said, Uncle Ma, as you said, if we are infected, we can't leave. You see, we don't know the pathogenesis of this disease, and we don't know if it's contagious. If we leave now, there's a chance we'll bring the virus out with us, right? Think about the consequences if it spreads in the city. Ma Howd gave a start, patting his forehead. That's true. Alas, I'm really a little confused. Knowing the consequences if a strange virus broke out in the city, Ma Howd was scared and broke out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, you reminded me. Otherwise, I'm afraid I'll become a sinner. Ma Howd, that's why I said we won't leave. Now you know you're wrong, right? Rinziling hummed. Sir Ma, this woman definitely didn't think about this. At most, she didn't want to leave the crime scene. Well, you go back to the house first. See if there's any alcohol or radix isatitis in there. If you can rub it in, and eat it. Anyway, don't drink the boiled water. Drink the bottled mineral water. Ma Howd quickly said, I'll talk to Wu Qiushui again and see when the ship will arrive. This virus may break out. I have to call back and report it. Go ahead. Luocio nodded. Ma Howd patted Luocio's shoulder without saying anything. He was too happy that his nephew was spirited. Finally, Ma Howd glanced at Rinziling and said, You're happy. You always want to make big news. This time you're really lucky. Sub-editor Rin said naturally and gracefully, Thank you. Ma Howd shook his head and left, feeling worried. Almost all of the villagers were kept in the holiday house by Cuckoo. Several policemen with guns were guarding the exits of the holiday house. Time passed slowly. Some villagers who contacted the village by phone began to squat in the corner, sobbing quietly. Luocio looked at the blue star flowers in the yard and the girl squatting beside the yard. Ian seemed to have noticed Luocio's arrival, but she didn't stand up or turn her head. She just stared at the blue star flowers. The girl suddenly said, Do you know? The flower language of blue star flowers is mutual trust. No matter what kind of flowers it is matched with, it can always find its own place. It won't be overshadowed by other flowers and won't be ignored easily. She stood up, and at some point in time, she had plucked a flower in her hand. The blue flower stayed on the girl's soft palm. Louis Iyun said softly, It's like how people get along with each other. Everyone is unique. But because it is unique, different sparks will burst out when people meet and interact with each other, and different stories will happen. There was a sad but beautiful smile on the little girl's face. But if we want to get along, if we want to burst forth with sparks, we need to have mutual trust. If we can't trust each other, then it's easy to be troubled by some small things. We worry blindly, suspect each other, don't trust each other, or even just for ourselves. Did you plant it? Luocio asked suddenly. The girl said indifferently, My grandpa planted it. He said it was my grandma's favorite flower, so he planted it in the yard. Luocio nodded. He squatted down, picking one and putting it in his palm. Then he reached out to the girl, but the girl shook her head, stepping back. A step of distrust. Louis Chaoxing's eyes were full of panic. At first, it was the patient's family members, then the people outside the clinic. They all fell down one by one. That horrible disease was exposed at a very fast speed. The pedestrians on the street and people further away seemed to be spreading. He didn't know the extent of the spread and how many people in Louis village were in a panic, because he himself started to suffer from this horrible disease. Louis Chaosheng felt that he was losing his consciousness. He had difficulty breathing and a strong sense of nausea. Even his face turned pale. His whole body was alternating between hot and cold. He gritted his teeth and looked at his fingers that were starting to stiffen. He couldn't care about anything else and could only struggle to find his way into his office and lock the door. "Doctor, help us! Help me!" Even though Louis Chaosheng could still hear the cries for help outside the door, he had no time to care about them. He began to rummage through the cabinets in the office, overturning a file cabinet full of various documents to the ground and finding an iron box from it. Louis Chaosheng's hands and feet were extremely stiff. He opened the box clumsily. There were syringes and some small bottles inside. Louis Chaosheng's hands were trembling. He felt that he was racing against time. He mixed the liquid in the small bottles and injected it into the syringe. He bit the yellow rubber band with his mouth. He didn't care that the blood vessels were not fully exposed, and he used iodine to disinfect it. He directly inserted the needle into his arm. He was still panting violently, but he seemed to be getting better. But the growth of those horrible horny things on his fingers seemed to have slowed down a lot. But the panic in his eyes didn't subside, because he knew better than anyone that the injection could only suppress the disease for a short time. Louis Chaosheng hurriedly fished out the phone from his white coat. After a short while, he said in an angry voice, "Didn't you say that we only need to kill Luo Aiyu and those who were involved in that case? Why is the whole village poisoned now?" A few seconds later, Louis Chaosheng didn't seem to get a satisfactory answer. He became angrier. "Give me back the antidote." "If you don't give me the antidote, I'll perish together with you. Don't forget, your father is still hiding here." "Haha, do you think I don't dare to do that? I've been infected. What else do you think I don't dare to do? I don't care. If you don't come, I'll go there myself." Louis Chaosheng roared at the phone. But at this time he suddenly heard some noise. It came from an iron cabinet in the office. The cabinet began to shake, and the sound of smashing came from inside. The next second, the door of the iron cabinet was knocked open. Because of this, the people inside also rolled out. "You, how did you wake up so quickly?" "I've increased the dosage of the tranquilizer." Louis Chaosheng looked at Louis Hai, who stood up from the ground. His face was filled with panic. Louis Hai patted his head, seeming to be a little dizzy. But he looked at Louis Chaosheng from head to toe. Looking at those suppressed but still existing symptoms, he frowned at once. "Who are you talking to?" Louis Hai walked to Louis Chaosheng, asking coldly. Louis Chaosheng moved his lips, feeling that Louis Chaosheng's face was unusually ferocious and terrifying. Chapter 236. Genius 1. Second, remember love divided by go divided by little? This is a wonderful novel for you to read. What's going on here? Momo frowned, looking around the holiday house. Love, go, little, say. True with his vision, it wasn't hard to see that there were people guarding the holiday house. And they weren't ordinary people, but people who were paid by the government. Momo couldn't help hesitating. People who were paid by the government were the kind of people that Taoists like him didn't like to deal with, because dealing with them would result in a collision with the country's will. For Taoists, once they got in touch with the country's will, it was like karma transfer in Taoism, and it was very difficult to deal with. Therefore, the secret commandment of the cultivation world was to avoid people who were fed by the government, if possible. The young Taoist master of Dragon Tiger Mountain was hesitating, but Luo Aiyu didn't think so. Compared to this unknown person, even though he was her savior, she was more willing to believe in these policemen who were paid by the government. Although she didn't know where these policemen came from, since they were policemen, her safety was guaranteed. She couldn't be wrong about this. Without saying a word, Luo Aiyu ran out of her hiding place and ran towards a policeman in the resort. She shouted, "Officer, save me!" Officer, help. Momo couldn't bear to see that the villagers of Louis Village treated human lives like grass. But this young Taoist master of Dragon Tiger Mountain really hated this woman. Seeing Luo Ayu talking to the policeman, Momo made a decision secretly. He bypassed the two people, climbing over the wall and sneaking into the holiday house. He wasn't reckless this time, he just wanted to figure out the relationship between Louis Village and that mysterious senior. It should be fine if I don't confront him directly, probably. In the end, the little girl took a deep breath. She didn't want to talk about the blue star flower anymore. Instead, she said, I don't know how you left, but this is my business. I don't like anyone interfering. Love, go, little, say, I don't care what your plan is. Luacho retracted his hand, and the blue star also entered his palm. I was entrusted by others, so I have to do my part. Louis Yun gave a start, and the doubt in her eyes grew stronger. The little girl looked at the man cautiously. She didn't know why the man didn't tell the truth to the police after knowing that she was the one behind all this. From the contact between Luacho and the police, they should be very familiar with each other and have a close relationship. But it was clear that he had deliberately concealed it. Who asked you to help me? You just need to know and trust that I'm here to help you. Luacho shook his head and said, Tell me, other than making the villagers sick, what else do you want to do? Louis Yun's face changed slightly and she lost her voice. It's you? It's you who made all the villagers sick? Why? Why are you doing this? Luacho asked curiously, Then why are you doing this? In other words, what was the difference between making a few dozen people fall ill and making an entire village fall ill? Killing one person is killing. Killing 10 people is also killing. What's the difference? Taking revenge on one person is revenge. Taking revenge on 10 people is also revenge. What's the difference? Is there any difference between one person's pain and the whole village's pain? Or is it just child's play that you've planned so many things? Louis Ian lowered her head, and her whole body slightly trembled. She felt that these problems had existed a long, long time ago, before she made this decision. The little girl took a deep breath. Those problems that she didn't deliberately avoid and tried not to think about, now she had to make a choice. There's no difference. She looked at Luacho, repeating, Originally, there's no difference. But she intended to say something, but she was interrupted. Ah, you're all here. It was Lizzie who ran out in a hurry. Iyun, your mother is back. Officer, it's these people, these bastards. Catch them one by one and throw them in jail for 8 to 10 years. No, it's better not to let them out for the rest of their lives. I'm telling you, these bastards caught me this morning and wanted to throw me off the cliff. Luo Ayu's sharp, scolding voice was heard when they walked into the house, because Ma Haud was here. As long as Ma Haud's black pistol was here, the villagers who were scolded all lowered their heads and kept silent. Luacho looked at Ma Haud's unhappy expression. Maybe it was because this landlady's sound wave skill was too powerful, so he couldn't resist it. Madam, please calm down. We'll do it according to the law, don't worry. Ma Haud said perfunctorily, if he could convict them casually, he would arrest them without hesitation. No matter what, a crime was a crime. But this kind of collective behavior was very troublesome. Arrest all of them and convict them? That was impossible. At most, they would capture a few leaders. The rest would have to be released, even if they didn't want to. There were simply too many people. How can I calm down? I almost died. But Luo Ayu was still screaming. Ma Haud rolled his eyes, looking at Ren Xiling for help. Ren Xiling pretended not to see it. She didn't want to deal with this landlady. But she couldn't resist Ma Haud's pleading. Hey, Iyun, come here. Come and see your mother. She's safe. All of a sudden, their gazes fell on the little girl. Louis Iyun had to look at Luo Ayu, walking to her side. Luo Ayu pulled Louis Iyun, looking at Ma Haud. Come here, officer. This is also a certification. This is my daughter. She is the same as this young Miss Rin. She saw everything with her own eyes. Ask her if I'm telling the truth or not. Mom, calm down, the officers will do it. Louis Iyun whispered. Luo Ayu got angry, pushing Louis Iyun to the ground, roaring, Calm down? How can I calm down? Are you helping me? Stand aside if you don't. Don't be an eyesore. The little girl lay on the ground, lowering her head, saying nothing. Yu Yi came to Luoqiu, quietly, whispering something to him. Luoqiu nodded and didn't do anything else. Boss Luo just said in a low voice, It's time to end it. She's your daughter. How can you treat her like this? Rin Xiling helped Louis Iyun up, glaring at Luo Ayu. Luo Ayu snorted coldly and said, You get it clear, I don't have any blood relations with this guy. Do you think I'm her mother? Ever since I was young, this guy has never smiled at me even once. So what if she doesn't smile? Luo Ayu's sharp words were followed by a rough voice. A middle-aged man appeared at the entrance of the room in a hurry, eyes wide open. Sir Ma, this gentleman said he's the boss here, so we can't stop him. A young police officer came to the room, and he brought a patient here. What? Ma Haud gave a start. Control him. But LV Hai walked straight to Luo Ayu, as if he didn't see anyone here. He stared at Luo Ayu fiercely and said in a low voice, I ask you, what's wrong with not laughing? Luo Ayu only scolded this guy after she got married. He had never treated her like this. She frowned. Louis Hai, don't you dare speak loudly again. You good for nothing. When I was taken away this morning, where did you die? You didn't say anything when your wife was taken away, but you yelled at me when you came back? Fine. Are you a man or not? Slap. The boss of the resort slapped his wife's face hard. This slap was so loud and violent that the people who heard it felt a faint pain in their cheeks, not to mention Luo Ayu, who bore the brunt of it. At this moment, she was seeing stars from the slap. You dare to slap me. Luo Ayu covered her face. She didn't know if it was because of anger or fear, but she couldn't speak clearly. Slap. But Louis Hai slapped Luo Ayu's other cheek again, loud and merciless. I'm telling you, if you behave atrociously here again, I'll smash your mouth. I mean it. Louis Hai raised his hand again. Luo Ayu was so scared that her face turned pale. This was the first time she saw such a terrifying Louis Hai in the past 10 years. Luo Ayu stepped back to Sir Ma, subconsciously, grabbing Sir Ma's arm. Officer, you heard it. You saw it. He wants to slap me, kill me. Madam, it's your family's business. We can't interfere. Ma Haud said in an official tone, How about you try to communicate with each other? Everything will prosper if the family is harmonious. A couple will. You. Ma Haud. Sir Ma whistled, walking away with his hands clasped behind his back. At this moment, Louis Hai put down his hand, closing his eyes and taking a deep breath. Then he came to Louis Iyun. He looked at his daughter and didn't say anything. He just looked at her quietly. Under Louis Hai's gaze, Louis Iyun lowered her head slowly, seeming to be frightened and scared. Louis Hai sighed suddenly, touching Louis Iyun's cheek. The girl raised her head abruptly, with a trace of fear in her eyes. Chapter 237. Genius remembers love in 1 second. /small? Sure, Net provides you with wonderful novels to read. It's all because of me. Louis Hai didn't seem to be the boss of the resort anymore. He admitted his crime and looked at the crowd. He seemed to be afraid that they didn't hear him clearly, but he also wanted to leave a clearer impression on those who heard him. Luoqiu thought he wouldn't forget Louis Hai's appearance at this moment. That kind of calmness, composure, and firmness. Wu Qiushui's face flashed with a trace of surprise, but he soon remembered the legend in the village. Vaguely, he connected the two things together. He was the first one to react. Why did you do this, Louis Hai? Why did he do this? This should be a kind of acquiescence. Sir Ma frowned. He was used to considering all possibilities, so he wouldn't believe it easily. But it was different if there was enough evidence. From the very beginning, since Louis Hai came in, The villagers looked at Louis Hai in a different way. They knew Louis Hai was the only one in the village, but they didn't have a good relationship with him. He lived in the old house on the hillside with his family and seldom went down the mountain to enter the village. He drove a sampan to the sea to catch fish and planted vegetables in the open space behind the resort. He only entered the village to buy some necessities. Later, Luoayu came, so these jobs became Luoayu's job. Those who saw Louis Hai occasionally had the impression that this man's beard was always messy, and the smell of alcohol on him was always stronger than the smell of the sea. He was an alcoholic, but now he was a criminal. His eyes were enough to make people fearful. He seemed to be another person. So he spoke. He sneered, with a trace of contempt in his eyes. He looked around. Those villagers who were caught by his eyes were scared and lowered their heads. Why? There's no reason. Louis Hai said indifferently, but people in this village have almost forgotten the evil deeds they had done, and the conscience they had lost that year. I might as well just mention it. We did something wrong in the past, but we were only instigated by others. But you, an elderly man said agitatedly, if there's anything, come at us. They wanted to fight and kill. But you've actually lost your mind and made the entire village suffer. What did those kids do wrong? Louis Hai sneered again. What did I do wrong 45 years ago? My family is safe and sound. And then what? Instigated by others? Therefore, you can just pretend that you have washed your hands clean and live a stable life here with many children and grandchildren, right? For so many years we felt uneasy. Do you really think we have it easy? Then why do you want to hold human sacrifice again? Louis Hai said with disdain, listened again. It's the second time you've been feeling uneasy and uncomfortable all these years. Just today, just this morning right here. I'll fight you to the death. The old man immediately rushed up, but Louis Hai shouted, Get out! The old man was so scared that his face turned pale. He retreated 2 steps and fell to the ground. Louis Hai scolded loudly, Look, this is what you call uneasiness. This is what you call not having a good time. There's no need to reason with you. Once the reason is not on your side, what do you think? Violence. Yourselves. A group of villagers were scolded into silence and lowered their heads. They were really uncomfortable now. They couldn't make a sound and had no place to speak. No. Louis Hai, did you say you spread the virus? Wu Qiushui was clear about the history of this village. He soon realized something wrong. How old were you 45 years ago? Could it be that you were also the one who spread the virus back then? Louis Hai said indifferently, Ask Louis Qiaosheng about this. I've brought him here. Ma Haud frowned, winking at the young policeman outside the door. Soon, Louis Qiaosheng was brought in. His hands had already turned grayish-black, as if he couldn't move. Someone was holding his hands and dragging him in. Louis Qiaosheng's hair was almost wet with sweat. His eyelids were half closed. He looked extremely weak. Dr. Louis, you're also infected? Wu Qiushui was shocked. He intended to approach, but stopped after 2 steps, asking in surprise. Louis Hai said, what do you know? Louis Qiaosheng moved his lips, looking hesitant. Louis Hai sneered, Tell me, Dr. Louis, do you still want to hide what you've done? Or I'll tell you for you. Louis Qiaosheng glanced at Louis Hai in fright. He lowered his head, saying in a trembling voice that virus was discovered by me at first. What? Impossible. The villagers were also shocked by his words and looked at Louis Qiaosheng in disbelief. No one in Louis village didn't know this doctor. When he was young, he went out to study medicine. After he finished his studies, he came back to the village. That small clinic had saved countless people. How could anyone believe that such a person who helped the world was actually related to that demonic virus, and he was the one who discovered it? You discovered it? Ma Haud gave a start, frowning. How old are you? How old were you 45 years ago? Yes. I discovered it after I came back from studying medicine. Louis Chaosheng didn't dare to look at Sir Ma, who was full of righteousness. How did you discover it? Why did you discover it? What Ma Howd was concerned about was naturally different if it was a virus that had existed for decades and was still in such a remote place. There must be a lot of things involved behind it. It might be a big problem if it was not handled properly. I am. Louis Chaosheng looked at Louis Hai, hesitating. Louis Hai snorted. You don't dare to say it? I'll tell you for you. Because you're the illegitimate son of the old female immortal. Louis Chaosheng was the illegitimate son of the old female immortal Huang. This bombshell news made the villagers open their mouths in disbelief. It was really unbelievable. Impossible. Chaosheng is my uncle's son. I attended his wedding when he was 1 month old. Louis Hai, don't talk nonsense. Lu Hai snorted coldly and said, whether it's nonsense or not, let him say it himself. Louis Chaosheng, don't waste time if you don't want to die. Louis Chaosheng quivered, lowering his head. I'm indeed the son of that woman. That year, she gave birth to me secretly in the house on the mountain. At that time, 7th grandfather's grandson didn't know how to cry, so he brought him here and asked her to wake him up. It was at that time that she switched the two of us, because she knew that with her identity, she didn't get married and had an affair with someone else. She would lose everything. So that's why Louis Chaosheng looked at the old man who helped him, saying painfully, I can't choose my own life. I didn't know it until later. The old man trembled with anger, but still didn't want to believe it. Say it! Who's the one who had an affair with that bitch? Louis Chaosheng lowered his head, saying nothing. When everyone fixed their eyes on Louis Chaosheng, an angry voice was heard. Grandpa A Bao, where are you going? Louis Hai grabbed Grandpa A Bao's collar, dragging him out and throwing him to the ground, snorting, Your son is like this. Why don't you take a good look at him? Grandpa A Bao, who was thrown to the ground, stood up in a flurry, seeing everyone looking at him. He felt like he was surrounded by enemies. He screamed, Louis Hai! Isn't it enough that you've harmed our village? Are you going to slander me? Are you going to deny it? Louis Hai sneered. He suddenly pressed Grandpa A Bao to the ground and tore his clothes. You shameless bastard! Grandpa A Bao's clothes were torn apart, revealing a cyan black tattoo on his back. However, as he aged, this tattoo had long wrinkled up. Even so, one could still see the appearance of this tattoo. Clearly, it was a rather ferocious demon's appearance. Lizzie was shocked when the tattoo appeared. This is the tattoo of a jealous ghost. You know, Ren Xiling gaped, looking at Lizzie. Lizzie nodded, saying uneasily, Well, this is the favorite tattoo of the Imperial Army, especially the soldiers in wartime. This, all of a sudden, everyone looked at Grandpa A Bao. Louis Hai sneered, Grandpa A Bao. No. Takaru Sakai. What else do you want to say? Takaru Sakai's face turned ashen as he closed his eyes. He no longer struggled and laid on the ground, motionless. Japanese? Japanese? The villagers couldn't believe it. How could Grandpa A Bao be a Japanese? Louis Hai said, Before the war, the Japanese sent a troop to our village to carry out a secret experiment. It wasn't a curse that made the villagers sick, but something made by the Japanese. I think most of the old people know it. At that time, some people disappeared every few days. Later, we knew they were caught by the Japanese. Back then, the real Grandpa A Bao was also captured and tortured to death. After a few years, the Japanese couldn't keep the secret base anymore, so this guy ran out with the virus. He was seriously injured and escaped here, but was found by that old witch. That old witch wasn't a good person. This guy promised her gold, silver, and jewelry, so she hid him. After recuperating for a long time, they had a discussion after winning the war. Finally, Takaru Sakai lived on as Grandpa A Bao until now. Yen 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 yen. Chapter 238. Genius remembers love in 1 second. /small. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. 45 years ago, Takaru Sakai hid in Louis Village, but he always hoped that the Imperial Army would come back. Therefore, he kept guarding the virus produced in the lab, waiting for the day of counterattack. However, as the days passed, Takaru Sakai knew that the day of his dreams would not come. He considered committing seppuku, but he did not have the courage to stab himself in the abdomen with a knife and pull it out. In the end, he convinced himself that the day would come. He saw the greed of old immortal Huang. So he used the knowledge he learned in the military school to help this woman to play tricks in Louis Village. At first, she just wanted to fool the people in Louis Village. Then she gradually brainwashed them. Humph! In order to deify that old witch, you conspired to spread the virus that you brought out, creating a legend of the sea god that didn't exist at all. You sacrificed people alive. Of course, the effect would be used after the sacrifice, because you're the one controlling it. If you stop, then naturally no one will be infected. Grandpa, a bow. Takaru Sakai could only remain silent facing Louis Hai's accusation, looking at his appearance. Even if they didn't want to believe him, they had no choice but to. So it's like this, what did we do that year? Sinful, 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 sinful. Those old people covered their faces and cried bitterly. They didn't dare to look at Louis Hai, Louis Yun, or the people here. They only thought of kneeling down, kowtowing to Louis Hai, crying bitterly. Louis Hai, we're sorry for your family. We deserve to die. If you want to kill someone, then kill us old bastards. Please, I beg you, let those juniors go. These sins don't belong to them. They're still young, they still have lives. I'm sorry. We deserve to die. Louis Hai, let them go. I beg you. Louis Hai looked at these people, smiling sadly. They're still young, they still have lives? Back then, I cried, I knelt all the way up from the bottom of Hear the Sea Cliff. I cried until my throat was torn. I knelt in front of you, kowtowing one by one. Did you ever let me go, let my mother go? The elders didn't say anything and just kept kowtowing. The middle-aged, robust, and young people behind them all lowered their heads. Which family in Louis Village dared to say that they had never discussed Louis Hai's family? The atmosphere of the entire village was not fond of this family. They had been influenced by what they saw and heard all these years. Had they ever called this man from the same village, who had the same surname, brother or uncle? Nothing at all. Lu Hai angrily pointed at Takaru Sakai. Everything started because of you. Old bastard, how dare you still live in peace? Takaru Sakai looked very calm. After removing Grandpa A Bao's coat, this old man seemed to regain some of his old self. Louis Hai, you don't have to say anything. That's right. I made a fool of this village. But so what? If it weren't for your ignorance, if it weren't for your selfishness, would I have done so much? If you don't have a guilty conscience, why are you suspicious, mistrustful, and cruel? Haha. But Louis Hai, don't think you can. All of a sudden, Louis Hai punched Takaru Sakai's face. This punch directly hit Takaru Sakai's mouth. This was a fist filled with strength, and it was an old and frail body. With this punch, Takaru Sakai's teeth seemed to have fallen out of his mouth. But Louis Hai didn't seem to be satisfied yet. He pressed Takaru Sakai and punched him in the face again and again. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches, until Ma Haud asked someone to hold Louis Hai. Sir Ma, this old man fainted. Ma Haud nodded. He felt something was wrong, but couldn't tell what was wrong. But no matter Louis Chaosheng or Takaru Sakai, they both admitted what happened that year. So there was nothing to say. Louis Hai held a grudge and discovered Louis Chaosheng's and Takaru Sakai's secret. So he used this as a threat to take revenge on the whole village. This was a good reason. Louis Hai, you bastard! Unexpectedly, Luo Ayu said with hatred, If you want to take revenge on these bastards, then go ahead. I was almost thrown off the cliff because of you. A night as husband and wife means endless devotion for the rest of your life. How dare you treat me like this? You're a bastard. I'm not a bastard, and I'm not a good person. Since you married me, Have you ever been considered a wife? I've had enough of your disgusting character, beating and scolding my family members. I've had enough of you. These people didn't throw you off the cliff. You've used up all your good fortune today. You. Luo Ayu was so angry that she gasped. Officer, you've seen it. This guy is a murderer, right? Arrest him. It's better to shoot him. I don't need you to teach me how to do things. Ma Haud snorted. Are you a policeman or we are? Almost at the same time, Louis Chaosheng looked at Louis Hai, imploring, Brother Louis, I've promised you, I've told you everything. Please, give me the antidote. There was an antidote. There was an antidote. No matter which side they were on, they all looked at Louis Hai. At this time, Louis Chaosheng also kowtowed. Brother Louis, I know I deserve to die. It's my fault for being greedy. After I came back, Takaru Sakai told me what happened that year, but I didn't expose it immediately. Instead, I helped him continue to study the virus because of his greed. But I made the antidote by accident. I can't make it anymore. Please give it back to me. Looking at Louis Chaosheng's imploring, Ma Haud said in a low voice, Louis Hai, since you've turned yourself in and know what you've done, give me the antidote. I know that you have resentment in your heart, but those young ones are innocent. Even these old people should be punished by the law. Don't be so stubborn. Besides, think about your daughter. Do you want her to live the rest of her life with the name of her father being a murderer? Louis Hai moved his lips as if he was struggling. He took a deep breath, looking up. After a long time, he slowly turned his head to look at Louis Yun. Unknowingly, the tears on the little girl's face had already streaked down. Louis Hai smiled. Iyun, the antidote is hidden in the place where I usually hide my wine. Go and get it. The officer is right, it's my fault. I shouldn't let you bear the blame. And take good care of Grandpa. Dad, don't do this. Louis Iyun kept shaking her head, crying out loud. Are you going or not? Louis Hai opened his eyes wide. I'll bang my head against the wall and die here. He was very open, very open. It was as if he wanted to take in all of his daughter in front of him. Louis Hai shouted again, Go! The girl lowered her head, covering her mouth, rushing out of the room. When Louis Iyun came back, she was holding a 15 centimeters long test tube with some transparent liquid in it. Louis Iyun held it with both hands, lowering her head, walking in step by step. Louis Hai reached out his hand, saying softly, Give it to me. Everyone looked at the thing in the girl's hand, afraid that she would drop it on the ground. They didn't even dare to breathe. Louis Iyun lowered her head. It was very, very low, but she stopped in her tracks and hugged the test tube tightly in front of her chest. Dad, I'm sorry, I won't hand it over. Iyun, listen to me. Louis Hai said softly, You're just a kid, don't be capricious. Yeah, little girl, give the antidote. Ma Haud also chimed in, Before anyone dies, even if your father is guilty, he can be given a lighter sentence. If he's too slow, the consequences will be severe. Louis Iyun shook her head, retreating step by step. The tear stains on her face became clearer. She looked at Louis Hai, shaking her head. It's not like this. Not like this. It's not like this at all. What are you talking about? Give it to me. Louis Hai yelled, rushing forward to grab the test tube in Louis Iyun's hand. Unexpectedly, Louis Iyun suddenly said, Don't come here, or I'll smash it on the ground. Iyun, the girl said sadly, I can't forgive him. I really can't. I can't do it. Please don't plead guilty for me. Iyun, don't talk nonsense. Don't be impulsive. It's not like this, it's not like this. Louis Iyun shook her head. She sniffed hard and stared hard. Her white neck was stiff and slightly red from excitement. She looked at the people in the room, and her eyes were filled with shocking resentment. The little girl suddenly pointed her finger at Luo Ayu and said sternly, First of all, don't blame me. This woman deserves to die. Dad, do you deserve what she did behind your back? What did you say? What did I do? Luo Ayu screamed. Louis Iyun said angrily, Don't think I don't know the dirty things between you and the village head. Every time you went to the village to buy things, didn't you hide with the village head and have a good time? You're talking nonsense. That year. Louis Ian sneered. The people in the village felt sorry for us, so they discussed and gave us all the nearby hills, thinking it was a compensation. You're such a fickle woman. If we didn't have so much land, would you marry us? The village head is not a good person. He has been coveting our land. You two did such a good thing secretly. That day, after you had a good time, were you discussing how to kill my dad and my grandpa, and then swallowing our land? You're talking nonsense. I didn't. Luo Ayu's face turned pale. Louis Iyun sneered. Dad, and you have slept in separate rooms since a few years ago. Then tell me, whose child is the father of the child in your stomach? Unless you abort it, who can you hide it from in 1 or 2 months? Luo Ayu covered her lower abdomen, subconsciously. Louis Iyun said angrily, You fed my grandpa with slow-acting poison every day. Do you think I don't know? If I didn't change it secretly, you would have succeeded, right? Take a look at the medicine you hid under the bed. Luo Ayu suddenly quivered and wanted to rush out of the door, but she couldn't escape from the 2 young policemen who guarded the door and was caught back easily. She still wanted to struggle and beat them ferociously until the 2 policemen had no choice but to pin her to the wall. Louis Iyun suddenly laughed. The little girl laughed horribly, tilting her head and widening her eyes. Didn't you always curse my grandma to die early? Then I'll let you experience my grandma's pain. I'll let you die early. But it's a pity it's all in vain. Louis Iyun smiled bitterly. I've been waiting for a chance to let everyone in the village experience the pain. The ugly things 45 years ago shouldn't be covered up like this. These people shouldn't live peacefully like this. I finally got the chance. I knew that this bitch had always wanted to develop the resort properly, so I suggested that she find some reporters to interview her. It didn't matter who they were as long as they came. She would have something to write about. They won't write about the resort, but the crime 45 years ago. They'll write about the things you people threw away. They'll write about the evil deeds of Louis Chaosheng and Takaru Sakai. I'll let the whole Louis village be blamed by the world. I'll let you suffer for the rest of your life. Your descendants, none of them will be able to raise their heads. You'll be murderers forever. Facing Louis Iyun's accusation and what she said, everyone deeply felt the horror of this little girl. Even Rin Xiling felt chills all over her body. She couldn't imagine what kind of hatred made this little girl go this far. Even from the moment she came to this place, she was already part of this little girl's revenge plan. It was too horrible. Louis Chaosheng screamed miserably, foaming at the mouth, saying painfully, Antidote! Give me the antidote! Louis Hai, you promise me. You'll give me the antidote. You promise me. As long as I cooperate with you and let you bear all these, you'll make her hand over the antidote. Louis Hai, save me. I don't want to die. Louis Hai suddenly became depressed. He looked at Louis Iyun painfully, saying in a hoarse voice, Iyun, why is your hatred stronger than mine? Louis Iyun shed tears. She slowly turned around, unbuttoned her clothes, and exposed her back. At first, it was her shoulders, smooth and tender, full of the youthful aura of a young girl. But looking down, there were hideous and terrifying scars that looked like spider webs. It was so ghastly. It made people's hearts twitch and twist when they saw it. It was so uncomfortable. Why? Louis Iyun said sorrowfully, Dad, do you know how those who are of the same age and those who are older treat me? They said I'm a freak. They heard from their families that my grandma is the wife of the sea god, but she's also a sea monster. They said I'm a monster's child. Do you know they caught me, saying they wanted to peel off my skin to see if I'm different from them? Louis Iyun suddenly lost her expression, saying in a cold voice, At first, they cut my arm with a knife. When they saw my blood was red, they said they wanted to see my bones. Then they burned me with fire, then covered my head and pressed it under the water. Maybe it's not exciting enough. Then let's play something more exciting. Two people caught my feet. One used a pair of pliers to peel off my toenails one by one. You were very happy. You were very happy when you saw me screaming there. Who asked me to be the descendant of a monster, right? There are even more. Do you want to hear what those so-called descendants of yours, those so-called descendants who are still alive, look like? The tears on Louis Yoon's face had dried. She put on her clothes again. There seemed to be an extremely cold light in the little girl's eyes. Under her gaze, all the fresh hearts inexplicably felt uncomfortable at this moment. How many things had she experienced to freeze such a young and youthful heart into such a lifeless state? I can't say it. Once I do, I'll bear more. Louis Yoon mocked herself. I'm also a coward. But why did these people treat me like this? Why would there be such a rumor? I know. It must be that the people of this village, in order to make themselves feel better, in order to not let their descendants know what ugly things they had done, vaguely distorted the events of that year. You. Louis Yoon pointed at the villagers who kept silent out of fear. How cold are your hearts? I won't forgive you. Never. Louis Yoon took a deep breath. The little girl's face was full of ferocious color. Ma Howd made a gesture secretly. The two young policemen nodded secretly. They moved their feet slowly, intending to pounce on Louis Yoon. But Louis Yoon suddenly opened her mouth. Don't come over. She opened her mouth wide, and an extremely ear-piercing voice suddenly rang out. It was as if their heads had been pierced. Under this ear-piercing sound, everyone covered their ears in pain and fell to the ground in pain. The sharp screams continued. In just a few seconds, one by one, they fell to the ground and fainted. Seeing that everyone had fallen to the ground, Louis Yoon slowly walked to Louis Hai's side. She lowered her head and held her father's head, tidying up his messy hair. The little girl said softly, Dad, take good care of Grandpa. The little girl took a deep breath, putting him down gently and standing up. Suddenly, Louis Yoon turned around abruptly, her eyes sharp. There was another person who didn't fall down, a person who wasn't here at the beginning, but suddenly appeared here, a person she had seen before. The one she saw before, the passenger with blonde hair who came here on a stormy night. Momo. Momo frowned, glancing at the senior who fell to the ground. Was this guy pretending to be dead? It's impossible for him to pass out with that kind of broken voice. He didn't know what this senior was planning to do, but he had his own principles and principles. After escorting Luo Ayu back, he hid in the resort, so naturally he heard everything that happened here, clearly. Listening to the little girl's bitter experience, he was also very angry. He almost couldn't hold back the impulse to beat her up, but being angry was one thing, and this little girl leaving with the antidote was another thing. Give me the antidote. Don't make the same mistake again. Momo sighed. Beasts are a very strange species. Hatred can give beasts great power, but what comes with it is loss. If you don't turn back, you'll be devoured by your monster nature. I don't know what you're talking about. Louis Yoon was vigilant, but it's impossible for me to forgive these people. Momo's eyes glowed with golden light, shouting in a deep voice, Since you're so stubborn, I have to take action. Momo, the successor of the Taoist of Dragon Tiger Mountain, will kill you right here. He threw the suitcase in his hand into the air, and it opened in an instant. A large number of yellow talismans rushed out of the suitcase. One by one, they faintly carried the sound of wind and thunder, and began to transform into fierce golden tigers. Louis Yoon raised her head. Her ears became slightly sharper and her fingernails sharper. Her teeth also became sharper and sharper, just like a polished sawtooth. Kill evil. Momo shouted. Several golden tigers rushed to Louis Yoon at the same time. Louis Yoon uttered the harsh sound again, which blocked a fierce tiger's attack. But it couldn't stop more golden tigers. At this moment, Momo's face turned ruddy. Those golden tigers bumped into Louis Iyun's body in a split second. She couldn't resist. Her body was like a kite with a broken string. She broke through the wall and fell into the courtyard of the holiday home outside the house. She fell into the sea of blue star flowers. When Momo planned to chase after her, Louis Iyun stood up, running away quickly. Want to escape? Momo didn't care about the senior's plan. He was in a dilemma. The monster wasn't hard to deal with, but the senior's mind was hard to deal with. But he had to bite the bullet. Anyway, it was right to take the antidote. The room became quiet all of a sudden. The club boss and the club servant girl slowly stood up at this time. Luo Qiu glanced at Lizzie, who was lying beside Rinziling. The servant girl understood what he meant. She quietly came to Lizzie and quickly stretched out her finger to touch Lizzie's forehead. Lizzie's eyelids fluttered, and then she fainted. Luoqiu carried Rinziling, putting her on the wall. After sitting down, she looked outside the room, saying softly, "Take Louis Hai and his son. Let's go to hear the sea, Cliff. We should be able to fulfill Louis Buhai's request." Yen PS1. Well, it's the capricious Zhang again. So those who subscribe to Zhang are true lovers. PS2. Since it's true love, it's not too much to give some recommendations, monthly votes and tips, right? Sir, smiley face, 3 angle. I feel like I'm going to become a salted fish. Chapter 239. It should have existed since Louis Village existed in this place. The old man said that there was a god in the sea. It was benevolent and universal. It looked after the village. It kept the village peaceful, and the fishermen could harvest. Was that true? Since Louis Buhai was very young, he had been longing for the sea. He longed for the sea that he could walk into every day and watch the sun rise and the moon set every day. When it was peaceful, he would make waves, especially when the sun was setting. He always liked to sit on the beach alone. He didn't know a lot of principles and didn't know many characters. He only knew how to write his own name, but he always thought about what was in the sea. Until that day at the moment of sunset, the waves washed her to Louis Buhai. His thoughts seemed to stop at once. What was in the sea? The young fisherman only knew that this woman, washed by the waves, attracted him deeply. The woman woke up after being in a coma for 3 days and 3 nights. Who are you? Who am I? This was the moment when their eyes met so many years ago. Louis Buhai seemed to see the profundity of the sea in her eyes. She forgot everything but remembered him. He had everything in the past, but he secretly told himself that it was enough to remember her in the future. Shui, you were washed up by the sea, so you are called Shui? He said with a silly smile. He was still the name of the small fishing village, but she became the wife of the young fisherman. Life was very simple, but it changed from one person to 2 people. At least they were not lonely anymore. Shui gave birth to a child for him. After several years, he was still illiterate, so he simply removed the middle part of his name and gave it to his son. He still looked at the woman who had become his wife with a silly smile, saying, "You are Shui. He is Hai. Just make a word." Then it becomes the sea. How unpleasant it sounds. So the simple family had a new life. So no matter how simple it was, there was a little liveliness. Later, he didn't know when it started, but this woman who had forgotten everything but was surrounded by plain happiness showed a trace of strangeness in her eyes. Her gaze was still deep, but he could feel that there was something flowing slowly under this calmness. He knew that she liked those little blue flowers, so he planted a lot of them. One day, she told him that she did not belong to this place. She said that she was beginning to remember things. She also said that she was an unlucky person. The little life in the family was already 7 years old, and he had also matured. He wanted to protect this home. So he told her that if she didn't belong here, then he would accompany her to leave this place. Anyway, when they got married, no one in the village approved of it. It didn't matter whether they kept it or not. So he continued to ask her with a silly smile, "Where do you want to go?" She looked at the sea in a daze. That evening, she squatted by the sea, barefoot, and whispered that if she could, She wanted to become a fish and swim to the sea. Louis Buhai laughed. Idiot, how can a person turn into a fish? But if you want to go out to sea, then I will build a ship that can accommodate the whole family. He drew a big arc with his hands in front of him and said with a smile, a big ship. She snuggled in her husband's arms, smiling, watching the sunset disappear at the end of the horizon. The sea breeze was blowing. This should be the place where everything started. The construction measures to turn Here the Sea Cliff into a scenic spot had long disappeared when the cliff collapsed not long ago. Now, it was just an ordinary cliff. There's no road ahead, give me the antidote. Momo's fingers were wrapped with golden light. As long as you give me the antidote, I can ignore this matter. But you have to promise me that I will pull out the monster's root from your body. Louis Ian looked at the sea. She had been looking at the sea since she came here. She opened her hands, facing the sea. She seemed not to hear Momo's words, just gazing at the distance. Momo didn't dare to act rashly. He was really afraid that the girl would throw the test tube down the cliff. It was the sea and the rocks below. He didn't have the confidence to save it. Of course, it didn't need to be so troublesome. As long as the girl used a little strength, the test tube would break directly. Louis Ian turned around. The girl's pupils even turned light blue, the color of the sea. She looked at Momo, telling him, Don't come here, I won't promise you. Those people are guilty, but they don't deserve to die. Momo took a deep breath. The girl's expression turned painful. She covered her forehead with her palm, suddenly yelling, Then, who will help me? You. They don't deserve to die, so you should let them go. What about me? Who will let me go? Calm down. Momo frowned. Don't let it defeat you. Momo frowned. Don't let it defeat you. Calm down. What else can you do besides telling me to calm down? Louis Iyun's eyes turned sharp. Her cherry blossom red lips had now turned an inky blue. I'm a monster, so no matter what I do, it's wrong, right? Those people are human beings, so no matter what they do, they can be forgiven, right? You're just like those people who only know how to talk about benevolence, righteousness, and morality. That's all. A sharp voice came out of Louis Iyun's mouth. Momo thought it was terrible. The girl was demonizing at a terrifying speed. She might not be able to turn back, and the monster nature would swallow her whole. Momo sighed in his heart, saying in a low voice, Since you don't listen to me, don't blame me. He activated the talisman made by the tiger soul, and several golden tigers rushed to Louis Iyun at an extremely fast speed. The young Taoist master of Dragon Tiger Mountain was completely different from the one dozens of minutes ago. The speed of the golden tigers suddenly increased, surpassing Louis Iyun's reaction speed. Several golden tigers easily bit the girl's legs and hands. The sharp teeth that pierced deeply into the little girl's body caused her to let out a shrill cry of pain. I'm asking you again, are you going to turn back or not? Momo shouted. However, what he got in return was an even more intense and venomous gaze. Momo took a deep breath without hesitation. He pinched a scarlet talisman between two fingers, pushing it out slowly. A bolt of lightning shot out from the scarlet talisman. It was a thunderbolt. If it fell on Louis Iyun, it would definitely kill this little demon who hadn't matured yet. Momo closed his eyes, saying in a low voice, I'm sorry. The sea breeze was still strong. Momo opened his eyes slowly. She might have become a corpse. No, she didn't become a corpse, and the thunderbolt didn't hurt her at all. Momo opened his eyes wide, because that mysterious senior was standing behind the girl, blocking the thunderbolt for her. You. Momo squeezed out a voice from his throat. Although that thunderbolt was not his strongest Dao technique, it had been easily blocked. He did not see how it had been blocked, but looking at this senior's unscathed appearance, it could be assumed that it was not as difficult as swatting a mosquito. Thank you for your hard work. Luocho looked at Momo, nodding. Momo frowned, asking in astonishment, What's wrong? Luocho shook his head, not intending to explain. He couldn't say, "You're good," forcing Louis Yun to escape and forcing her to break out her monster nature. "You're a great help," saving a lot of effort. Luocio reached out his hand, approaching those golden tigers. The golden tigers that locked Louis Yun seemed to have tightened their bodies. Unexpectedly, this scary guy just stretched out his hand and touched the head of one of the golden tigers, as if he was stroking a domestic cat. "Thank you for your hard work. Go back." They turned into yellow talismans one by one, stacked together, and flew towards Momo. This caused the young heavenly master of Mount Longhu to be astonished. In theory, this talisman could only be activated by his secret technique. But at this time, Louis Yun, who was released, suddenly screamed. She stretched out her arm, and her nails turned into claws, clawing at Luocio without saying anything. However, before she could get close to him, her entire body was flipped over. Then her body made an abnormally heavy contact with the ground. Bang! The little girl's body smashed into the ground, creating a pit that was neither big nor small. When she recovered her sight, she saw an extremely beautiful woman standing in front of her. She was thrown down by this woman. But it wasn't over yet. Miss Maid's heavy palm pressed on the girl's abdomen. Louis Yun spat out a mouthful of dark green blood as if her internal organs were broken. When Louis Yun thought she was going to die, Miss Maid had returned to Luocio, standing behind him. Louis Yun spat out blood. Her legs were trembling. She struggled to stand up, staring at this young man with fear and anger, gritting her teeth. "Why didn't you kill me?" "I told you, I'm here to help you." Luocio said, "The demon nature in your body has accumulated to the point of eruption, and it has devoured your mind seriously. Of course, it's not difficult to eradicate it, but..." Turning his eyes, Boss Luo didn't continue, but shook his head. "I'm fine. I don't need your help." Louis Yun pointed at Momo angrily, but stared at Luocio. "You're just like this guy." Suddenly, a voice came. It was Louis Hai's voice, a sad and heavy voice. "Yun, let go." Louis Yun followed the voice, seeing Louis Hai holding Louis Buhai, walking over slowly. Louis Buhai was still muddle-headed. He walked slowly with the help of others. "Dad, Grandpa." Louis Yun stepped back, shaking her head with a painful expression. "Why? Why did you come? Don't come over. Don't look at me. Don't look at me." "Why can't I look at you? No matter what you've become, you're still my daughter." Louis Hai took a deep breath. "I dare to look at my daughter. So, Yun, let go. Hatred doesn't belong to you." Louis Yun held her head, stepping back step by step. Her eyes were wavering. She looked at Louis Hai. Her voice became sharp. "Why? Why can you forgive those people? Why? For so many years. Why didn't you say anything? Why?" Louis Hai took a deep breath. "Because the one who created this virus is not anyone, but your grandmother." The little girl suddenly stopped. Her eyes widened. She moved her lips and shook her head slightly. Slowly, she shook her head. No. You lied to me, you lied to me. You lied to me." Louis Hai said bitterly, "I didn't lie to you, it's true. Your grandpa told me personally. That year, your grandma was one of the people involved in the plan, even a member of the research and development team. Later on, the laboratory was attacked and your grandmother managed to escape. However, she accidentally fell into the sea and lost her memory. In the end, she was washed to us. Your grandpa married her and gave birth to me. But," Louis Hai said helplessly, "but not only your grandma escaped, Takaru Sakai also escaped. He even kept the virus in the lab. You should know what happened later. Until the infected people appeared in the village, your grandma was stimulated and recovered all of a sudden. She thought the virus might have drifted here with her when she fell into the sea, and then someone opened it by accident. So she blamed herself, but she didn't know that Takaru Sakai, who was in the same lab with her, also came here secretly and hid in old Immortal Huang's house. Louis Hai shook his head. He was injured and never left old Immortal Huang's house. And after your grandma married your grandpa, they moved to the edge of the village. They didn't meet each other and didn't know each other's existence until the villagers broke into our house and took your grandma away. Louis Hai looked at Louis Yun. Your grandma thought she deserved it, so she didn't hate anyone until the end. She didn't hate. How can we hate? But can't we? All these years, the person who suffered the most should be your grandfather. It's not true, it's not true, Louis Hai said painfully. If those who killed your grandma were murderers, then we were also the descendants of sinners. Kid, let go, it's my fault. I thought it's good for you that I didn't tell you these. But I didn't know you've suffered so much secretly. When I woke up in the clinic, I heard Louis Hai talking to you on the phone. After I forced him to tell me the truth, I realized it's all my fault. Louis Yun lowered her head, sobbing heavily. Colorless tears flowed out from her deep blue eyes. Why did I do this? Why did I do this? Yun! Louis Hai shouted. Louis Yun raised her head slowly, revealing a sad but beautiful smile. She said softly, Dad, I don't blame you, but, I can't go back. I'm sorry. Louis Yun held her head in pain, letting out the sharpest scream so far. Her eyes were filled with tears of blood that were different from the color of a human's heart. She suddenly turned around and charged towards the cliff, jumping down. Luocio narrowed his eyes, patting on Louis Buhai's back. At that moment, Louis Buhai's turbid eyes brightened up. His body also seemed to be pushed by a huge force, and he suddenly flew out. Louis Buhai caught Louis Yun's arm successfully. Louis Hai quivered, flying over and catching Louis Buhai's waist. Louis Yun wanted to resist, but she stopped when she saw her grandpa's eyes, which seemed to be full of vigor again. Grandpa, I have a bad memory. Louis Buhai said softly, I saw you crying secretly but forgot it soon. I saw you rubbing alcohol secretly but forgot it soon. I also saw your wound, but I still forgot it, but how can I forget it? You're my granddaughter. Grandpa, save me! Wah! Louis Yun crouched on the cliff, crying loudly when the wind blew over. The blue pupils gradually disappeared. Those sharp teeth also became flat. When Louis Buhai pulled her up bit by bit, the demonized features faded away from her body bit by bit. But she was still in L.V. Buhai's arms. Her cries were as clear and loud as a baby. Momo looked at the black gas coming out from Louis Yun's body, saying unbelievably, she's almost demonized completely, but it can be reversed. She has a human part, doesn't she? Human soul is a wonderful thing. A little light is enough to dispel all the darkness in the heart. Luocio's voice sounded in Momo's ears. He looked up at the senior, opening his mouth, but didn't say anything. But this young Taoist master of Dragon Tiger Mountain had the thought of eliminating it, since it couldn't be reversed on the cliff of the small fishing village. Momo lowered his head deeply. He heaved a sigh of relief and sat down with his legs crossed, eyes closed. There was a faint golden light flowing under his skin. Luocio looked at Momo in surprise, asking curiously, Is this the rare epiphany that Taeyenzi mentioned? Miss Maid said joyfully, Now we can look forward to Momo's arrival. The club boss, who always felt that Miss Maid's way of thinking was different from his, didn't argue with her. After a while, Louis Yun stopped crying. With tears in her eyes, she slowly stood up with the support of her father and grandfather. She took a deep breath, walking towards Luocio, handing over the antidote to Luocio. Boss Luo took over the test tube, saying, It's easy for me to take it from you, but if you hand it to me, you'll really let it go. Do you understand? Louis Yun shook her head, then nodded. Why do you help me? She asked suddenly. Luocio said indifferently, Just take it, as I'm bored. At the edge of the cliff, Louis Buhai threw a grateful look, then slowly closed his eyes and fell down. Dad! Grandpa! Louis Yun rushed to Louis Buhai, calling the old man with Louis Hai in a flurry. "Grandpa!" The little girl leaned on Louis Buhai. Louis Hai took a deep breath. "Your grandpa might have a momentary lucidity before death at his age. These years, let him rest in peace. To be able to see you let go of the hatred in your heart. Wasn't this a form of relief for him? You're too sad." At night, Rin Xiling turned on the desk lamp. She looked at Lizzie, who was in deep sleep, shaking her head and smiling. She picked up a cup of hot tea and took a sip to get rid of the chill on her body. Then she placed her hands on the keyboard of the laptop and gently tapped on it. When I woke up, the others also woke up one after another. I looked at the little girl and her father, sitting there quietly. The test tube that could save the entire village was also lying quietly on the coffee table. However, we have no way of knowing what exactly happened. Mahout actually wanted to ask clearly, but I know his character. This guy with a big beer belly didn't want to open the scar in the little girl's heart. But he was very annoyed. But it didn't matter because he had Takaru Sakai and Louis Chaosheng to vent his anger for him. I think after bringing these two guys back, Mahout would be busy for a long time. After all, the problem of the fishing village was a historical problem, which was enough for him to be in a terrible fix. It was as if something was pushing us. We woke up one by one and kept silent as we stared at the test tube. We didn't ask why, as if it was an agreement. Until now, I still feel it was incredible. Those villagers who were saved agreed not to accuse Louis Hai or Louis Yun. It was as if after this experience, the ugliness buried in their hearts had been completely cleansed. I watched as the villagers bowed quietly outside the resort and left quietly. Louis Hai and Louis Yun didn't come out. The estrangement didn't disappear because of this incident. But since Louis Hai's family chose to forgive them, this estrangement should fade away with time. Maybe it will take a long time, maybe it will be the little girl's offspring, but one day, this resort on the hillside will have more guests. They will address the descendants of the holiday homes as brothers or sisters. The only pity is that the old man of the resort passed away. According to the custom of the village, the old man's body should be cremated on the same day. Of course, this doesn't conform to the current degree of death, but this place is remote. That secretary didn't insist on the custom of this village. I think after this incident, he might not dare to do it anymore. I wonder if this old man remembered anything before his death. I don't think I'll ever forget what happened in this small fishing village. What happened here before, I'll never forget it. After finishing the sentence, Ran Xiling heaved a sigh of relief, dragging this chapter into a folder called Ren Xiling's Anecdotes. This wasn't something she could publish. Boy, hurry up and have a baby. Ren Xiling closed her eyes slowly. Before going to sleep, she smiled faintly. I've prepared a lot of interesting stories for my grandson. The sleeping sub-editor Rin probably hoped that she could have a good dream. She gradually fell asleep. She didn't know that the boy who could have a baby was now at the beach of the fishing village. There were the boss of the club, the maid of the club, and Louis Buhai, who had been cremated. Thank you. Louis Buhai looked at Luochio. The old man was quite quiet. After a lifetime of hardships, the illiterate young fisherman who could only sit on the beach in a daze had a profound look in his eyes. We're just fulfilling your request, guest. Anyway, Louis Buhai shook his head. It's enough. He turned his head, looking at the night sky without any brilliant stars. The sea under the night sky looked dark. The old man walked into the sea step by step. The sea water went over his legs, his waist, and his chest. When the sea water almost went over his shoulders, the old man smiled slowly, as if he saw the woman who floated over from the beach many years ago. You said you hoped to become a fish and swim to the sea. Maybe you really did swim to the sea. So I'm here for you, sure. When the seawater completely submerged him, the old man from the small fishing village by the sea turned into a big blue fish and finally disappeared into the sea. Luochio nodded towards the sea. saying softly, "Guest, thank you for coming." Boss Luo was still enjoying the sea breeze, but Mississippi Maid, who was accompanying him, suddenly looked back. When the footsteps on the beach gradually became clear, the voice of the young master of Dragon Tiger Mountain sounded. "Louis Buhai faked his death. It was arranged by you." Luochio turned around. "Wouldn't it be better to say you know too much?" Momo frowned. "Why can Louis Buhai become a fish?" "No, he returned to his original body after demonization. He shouldn't live for long. Maybe he can't even swim out of the sea." "I always thought that Louis Yun could demonize because of the atavism. I thought the woman who rushed over from the beach was a monster, or at least had the bloodline of a monster. But Louis Buhai, who are you? Why can you turn a human into a monster?" "I didn't turn him into a monster." Luochio shook his head. "As for why, guess, do you want to know?" Momo gave a start. At this moment, he seemed to feel the terrifying feeling he had when they fought for the first time from the senior. This made his heart beat so violently that he stepped back, subconsciously. Momo shook his head. "My intuition tells me it'll be troublesome." Luochio smiled. Momo took a deep breath, looking at the sea silently. Suddenly he said, "You said that human soul is wonderful. A little light can drive away all the darkness in one's heart. But my master also said that the coldest thing is human's heart." He looked at Luochio. "So, what on earth is human's heart?" "I don't know, I'm also looking for it." Luochio shook his head, but he also looked at the sea. "However, the coldest thing is human's heart. The warmest thing is human's heart. The coldest thing is human's heart. The warmest thing is human's heart." Momo murmured, closing his eyes and sitting on the seaside with his legs crossed. The golden light that was released once seemed to be stronger. Looking at Miss Maid's satisfied eyes, Luochio said softly, "Go back." Several days ago, in the office of Louis Chaoxing's small clinic, Miss Maid found a document from the innermost part of the locked cabinet. So Miss Maid showed a faint smile. She looked at Luochio, saying softly, "Master, there's something interesting here." "Something interesting?" The club owner took the document, opening it and reading it. This was Louis Chaoxing's discovery since he started his medical career in this small fishing village. He realized that some of the villagers had 6 fewer ribs than normal people, but they were still alive and healthy. Some were even healthier than others. Chapter 240. When the shutter was pressed, Lizzie asked with confusion, "Sister-in, what are you taking pictures of?" Lizzie really didn't know why Rinziling was still taking pictures at this time. She was taking pictures of the villagers who were cleaning up the collapsed mud on the road. "I should be able to clear a path today, right? If you're bored, you can go to the village to have a walk." Lizzie pouted. "What's there to see? Not many people come out of the village." The antidote had been handed out, and according to Louis Chaoxing's instructions, it was diluted and injected into the infected villagers one by one. The infected villagers' bodies also began to gradually recover, but it needed a process, so most of them could only stay at home to recuperate. They didn't leave immediately because, according to Louis Chaoxing, the antidote was made by him without any doubt. He had been studying the formula but couldn't realize it. Ma Haud felt that the formula made by the doctor was not careful enough. He was afraid that the virus in the village hadn't been completely cleared, so he contacted a medical team to quarantine the village temporarily. After checking and confirming that there were no loopholes, he considered letting Luochio and others leave. So they stayed for a few more days. "Hey, how do they transport the sand to the mountain?" Lizzie watched the villagers put the sand and stones into the cart, but they didn't throw them into the sea or pile them up in the forest. "This seems to be going up the sea cliff." Rinziling was still pressing the shutter. It seemed that only she knew what the lens was capturing. She changed the angle and squatted down. While adjusting the wide-angle lens, she said, "Wu Qiushui said that after the discussion, the villagers planned to use the soil and stones to make a statue." "A statue?" "A statue of the sea god's wife." Ren Xiling said indifferently, "It's for worship." Lizzie opened her mouth and raised her head, looking at the cliff. She stroked her hair, which was blown by the sea breeze. Suddenly Lizzie said, "Sister Ren, let me help you." "Don't say that you're hungry. You're doing me a big favor." Ren Xiling rolled her eyes. "Don't be like this." Lizzie felt wronged. Ma-ee. According to Louis Chaoxing's confession, all the explosives that he used to blow up the cliff have been found. There should be nothing left. Inside the small clinic, Ma Haod looked at the contents of the box. "These are all homemade explosives." Ma Haod shook his head and sighed. "Louis Chaoxing is a talent. He researched the antidote by himself. Unfortunately, he took the wrong path." The young police officer nodded in agreement. He suddenly asked, "But Ma-ee, are we just going to let this go? Other than the one who scared himself to death?" Ma Haod snorted coldly. "None of the infected people in this village died. The collective will of this village is not to pursue this matter. To be honest, if they pursue this matter to the end, I will also pursue what they did decades ago. Even if the time limit to pursue responsibility has passed, I will let the whole society spit on these people to death. This, Ma-ee, calm down." The young police officer wiped his cold sweat and said, "But this way the procedure seems a bit. This is called being flexible." Ma Haod snorted. "Learn from me." "You. How can you? Young people, it's inevitable to make mistakes occasionally. But if they can repent, why don't we give them a chance? Do we have to kill them once and for all? We are law enforcers. But for whom do we enforce the law? If we don't give her a chance, who else can give her a chance to repent? The law is nothing more than human feelings. The existence of the law is to punish and restrain, but also to give the criminals a convenient door to start all over again." "Ma-ee, I understand." The young police officer looked like he had learned something. Ma Haod glared at him. "You know nothing. I'm going to retire soon. Don't learn from me. Hurry up and take these things away." "I know." The young police officer quickly carried the box and ran out. Seeing the young police officer leaving in a hurry, Ma-ee sighed, "But only when the criminals are willing to open this door. It has the meaning of existence." Ma Haod suddenly spat, looking at the small clinic. "Pooh! If they don't want to open it, I'll shoot them." With a beer belly, Officer Ma Haod, who would retire in a few years, still had a hot temper. In the lawn observation deck, connected to the holiday house, Luaccio was sitting on a wooden bench near the guardrail facing the sea. She lowered her head, drawing on the bench with a pen. Beside her was a teapot and teacups. The servant girl was standing beside her. This was what Louis Yin saw. Although she knew they came here together with Ren Xiling and Lizzie, she also knew they seemed to be from different worlds. Even though she had experienced the incident on the Hear the Sea cliff, the little girl still had a rather than gratitude when facing them. The little girl hesitated, finally walking over. "Luo, Mr. Luo, you ye Mississippi ye. Do you want some snacks?" Luaccio didn't raise her head. "You ye made cookies, they taste good." "No, no need, I'm not hungry." Louis Yun quickly waved her hands. If she felt it was hard to get close to him when she received him a few days ago, then now it was a huge sense of oppression. "I heard the boss's wife left?" Louis Yun nodded. "Mom, she couldn't stay here any longer. Everyone in the village knows about her relationship with the village head. Last night, he left quietly and didn't take anything with him. My dad said he married her just to take care of me. Now just let her go. She's at this age. She won't have a good life in the future." Luo Ayu's question was Louis Hai's private matter. Luaccio didn't have the interest to inquire further. At this time, Luaccio stopped looking at Louis Yun. "You ye attacked you twice that day, dispersing the foundation of the demon in you. And you also got rid of the demon in you. Basically, it won't relapse. But you'd better be careful. Excessive pain may cause the demon in you to reignite." "I know." Luaccio smiled. "Are your wounds better?" Louis Yun touched her belly subconsciously. It's fine if I don't move." "I see." Luaccio nodded, standing up and glancing at the little girl. He didn't say anything, but walked back to the holiday house. The little girl looked at the things on the bench, saying, "Mr. Luo, you didn't take your things. Your grandpa asked me to give it to you. Take it." "Grandpa!" The little girl gave a start, picking up the things on the bench subconsciously. It was a sketch on white paper. In fact, it wasn't a simple white paper, but a yellowed drawing paper. It was one of the many drawing papers in her grandpa's room. It was just that those paintings that only had a simple outline without a face had now become complete, and that was the appearance of the little girl. On the drawing paper, there was a freshly picked blue star flower planted in the courtyard. Louis Ian read the words beside the sketch, silently, the words written by the mysterious man. "The lifespan of blue star flower is only 1 day. The flowers seen every day are different from yesterday's. They are all new flowers, but their roots are still the same as yesterday's, blooming again after decaying, death, new life, 1 day after another. So the blue star flower has a second language. Embrace the present." Looking at the sea in front, the little girl hugged the blue star flower in her palm. She walked 2 steps forward, standing closer to the guardrail. The little girl closed her eyes, holding the flower in her palm gently with her fingers closed, as if praying. Then she hummed softly. That was the song of the mysterious song that was recorded and put on the internet. But this time she didn't sing it, only humming the melody of the song. There was no wonderful power to make people absent-minded. Maybe it was because there were no lyrics, or maybe it was because she couldn't sing those lyrics anymore. But Chapter 241. If it was accompanied by music, this scene would be particularly suitable to be used as material for a music video. What happened in the fishing village was really a big shock to them. Even now, there was still an indescribable feeling. But haven't we forgotten about something? Yes, on the day before leaving, Sub-Editor Rin almost pulled the official couple to the beach in a way like pulling. Well, Rin Xiling's official couple. Sea, sunshine, beach. It's summer, and we booked the whole place. Rin Xiling sighed, facing the sea. Of course no one. There are not many tourists in the resort, and they are all infected. They are still recuperating. Lizzie laughed. However, the feeling of having 4 people on such a big beach was indeed very good. Stop talking. Rin Xiling laughed, taking off her coat while stepping on the sea on the beach. As a matter of fact, Sub-Editor Rin, who had a 35D figure, had always been a proud existence in the office of the magazine. But now she chose a pink 2-piece swimsuit. The scene of running was too impactful, so Lizzie didn't feel like watching it. Especially when she wore a lemon-yellow tube-style swimsuit. She looked like a junior high school student. Sure enough, there is no harm without comparison. Anyway, she is also a monster. What are you doing? Come down. Ren Xiling had already entered the sea with a happy face. Lizzie looked back, subconsciously. Luaccio. Luaccio was inserting the rented parasol and spreading the cloth for people to sit on. It seemed that he didn't intend to go into the water at all, but he seemed to say something to Yu. After Yu nodded, she walked over with a smile. Today, the servant girl, who simply tied her long hair into a ponytail with a rubber band, slowly took off the white thin windbreaker on her upper body. It was still a white swimsuit inside. If Sister Ren was said to be harmful to Lizzie, then this person who didn't talk much but seemed to be very easy to talk to and was very quiet was a critical hit to Lizzie, right? I didn't expect this. Lizzie muttered to herself. This girl who was full of classical beauty was actually wearing a bikini with straps. The bow knots around her waist and pelvis swayed gently as she walked with her almost perfectly proportioned legs. The only thing that covered the most mysterious part of a woman was a small piece of white fabric. Miss Lizzie, aren't you going into the water? Just call me Lizzie. Lizzie laughed dryly. The critical hit was still ongoing, so she could only smile embarrassedly and say, "Go into the water, go into the water, go into the water." She couldn't possibly say that even as a woman she was stunned, right? "Then, let's get into the water, Lizzie." Yu Yi smiled and held Lizzie's hand. Watching the three of them playing in the water, Luocio revealed a smile as he took out a bottle of sparkling water from the small incubator and drank it. After that, he covered his feet and arms with his clothes and covered his face with the hat that Yu Yi brought. After that, he lay down and became motionless. Not long after, they went ashore. Rin Xiling came to Luocio discontentedly. "Boy! Anyway, we came to the seaside. Aren't you bored sleeping here?" No response. Rin Xiling frowned and lifted the hat directly, but what she saw was only a head made of sand. This was not Luocio, but a human figure made of sand. What the? When did this damn guy make a sandman? Where is he? Ren Xiling looked around, but she couldn't see anyone. He likes to walk around, so he should be wandering somewhere else. Yu Yi said softly, "I know this." Ren Xiling said angrily, "But you're here. As a boyfriend, it's irresponsible to leave like this." Miss Maid said softly, "It doesn't matter as long as you can accompany me." What a good girl. There's such a girl in the world. That damn guy must be so lucky. So, sub-editor Ren grabbed Yu Ye's hand, saying intimately, "Come on. I'll teach you how to control your husband. You'll be bullied if you look like this. Let me tell you, girls, when necessary, can write it." Puff. Sister Ren, what the hell are you teaching her? Lizzie opened her mouth. She couldn't listen to it anymore. Jumping on the messy reefs easily, just like the martial arts masters in the movies. After a few jumps, Luocio lost interest. It was right below the Hear the Sea cliff. The cliff collapsed once every 45 years. After 45 years, Louis Chaoshan also blew up the cliff once under the instruction of Louis Yun. The rocks that had rolled down the mountain twice, in addition to the reefs that had originally existed here, made this place appear incomparably complicated. When the waves crashed, they were even more ferocious. Not to mention a dinghy, even a good swimmer wouldn't dare to break into this place. Luocio considered the report about Louis Village as the last dessert before leaving the village. He had walked around the village these days without finding anything. Finally, he considered the bottom of the cliff, which was difficult to approach. It was just past noon. The seawater hadn't gone down yet. Luocio looked at the bare bottom of the cliff. It seemed that he didn't find anything here. Shaking his head, Boss Luo was about to leave, but suddenly he frowned. He found that one part of the cliff was not naturally formed. There was a protruding part that was already covered with moss. It should be the huge rock that rolled down from the mountain 45 years ago. Taking a deep breath, Luocio stretched out his palm and made a moving motion in the air. The rock, which weighed about 20 to 30 tons, slowly moved to the side. The seawater began to pour in here, and soon returned to its original height. Luocio walked on the horizontal surface, the seawater in the dozens of square meters, separated naturally. Finally, he found the reason why the seawater was sucked in. Under the sea level, there was a cave with a width of about 10 meters. Luocio's eyes brightened as if he found something interesting. He walked into the cave under the seawater. The cave was like a passage leading to the deep bottom of the mountain. After walking for about 30 meters, he came to the end of the passage. Luocio raised his head. The passage seemed to be a natural U shape. The base of the mountain here is empty. He left the U-shaped passage. The seawater poured in again. It was dark here, but unexpectedly he didn't feel the air was turbid. There should be a gap for air flow somewhere. He turned on the lighting function of the mobile phone, and this place could be seen clearly. Then Luocio saw a turtle in front of him. An abnormally huge tortoise. It should be a sea turtle, right? Luocio walked around this huge turtle. The passage just now seemed to be completely built according to the turtle's body shape. It couldn't pass through normally if it was a little narrower. Finally, Luaccio came to the front of this sea turtle. This guy's head was almost the size of an adult. Then, a pair of huge black eyes suddenly appeared at this time. The moment the huge turtle's eyes opened, Luaccio had a feeling of sinking into the sea. It wasn't discomfort, but a burst of coolness made him feel comfortable. This huge turtle looked at Luaccio, and Luaccio also looked at its eyes. "Who are you?" Luaccio could hear such a voice. It wasn't a combination of words in any language he already knew, but more like a fragment of information. Luaccio suddenly asked curiously, "You know, spiritual communication?" "What is spiritual communication?" "I don't know, I just want to know." "You haven't answered me. Who are you? Why did you disturb my sleep?" The club boss, who rarely talked with people, was unexpectedly talkative with creatures other than humans. "Me? I was just curious and walked around, and then accidentally found this place. To be honest, it's the first time I saw a huge turtle like you. Are you a monster?" This huge turtle said, "What is a monster?" "Probably a variety of animals after gaining wisdom, and then a second form change. For example, a creature like me." "I can't." Luaccio gave a start, but he was very interested to meet a turtle that could communicate with spiritual communication. So he asked, "Where did you come from?" "You've been here for a long time. By the way, how old are you?" "I don't know how old I am." The huge sea turtle slowly said in a very slow tone, "At the very beginning, I remember that there should be a lot of big guys on the ground." "Big guys? What did they look like?" Luaccio frowned. Some had big heads, strong hind limbs, but small forelimbs. By the way, their teeth were particularly sharp, and they liked to be alone. Only when mating would there be a pair. The other appearances were similar, but the size was different. Some had longer necks, and some could even fly in the sky. By the way, they all had strong tails. Boss Luo listened and was stunned. He quickly turned on his phone. There was still a signal bar. Soon he found a picture on the internet and put it in front of him. "Look, is it similar to these?" "What is this?" "Well, I seem to have seen this guy before." Getting a positive answer from the huge turtle, Luaccio was really surprised. The reason for the surprise was that the picture he showed the huge turtle was a picture of a dinosaur. Moreover, it was a species called hornbill from the White Period. In other words, this huge turtle was a creature from the White Period? The White Period was a very long period, but even at the end it was nearly 70 million years ago.